So 1 minute remaining now for the market on open imbalance and the US cash equity open for the day. So looking now to the market on open imbalance, S&P 500, 40 million to the sell side, Nasdaq 100, 125 million to the sell side, Dow 30, 20 million to the buy side, Mag 7, 130 million to the sell side. So in 10 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we see the release of the US S&P PMI August prelim numbers. Manufacturing PMI flash forecast 49.5 on the prior 49.6 with a range of 50.3 to 48.5. Services PMI flash forecast 54 on the prior 55 with a range of 55.2 to 53.5. And the composite PMI flash forecast 53.2 on the prior 54.3 with a range of 54.2 to 51.4. Fitch Ratings says the Fed, ECB, and Bank of England quantitative tightening raises the risk of reserve scarcity.
And looking at spot gold here, just making you aware, continue to see some weakness creep into spot gold here. It did move below yesterday's low of 2494, continuing to dip beneath that 2490 level, currently at session lows of 2486.
$99 a year for our real-time service.
In 5 minutes time at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we see the release of the US S&P PMI August prelim
And
numbers.
making you aware, in around 10 minutes time at quarter to the hour, be on the lookout for August's S&P Global Flash PMIs. By way of expectations, the Flash Manufacturing PMI is expected at 49.6, which is unchanged from the prior. Services expected at 54, the prior coming in at 55, and finally composite therefore expected at 53.5 from the prior 54.3. And just by way of candle-wise, ISM manufacturing is due on September 3rd, with the services figure due on September 5th.
As I continue to watch commercial real estate sector, unemployment likely to rise to just below 5%. Fed rate cuts will likely ease housing sector pressure, and inflation is moving down, but it will take time to get to 2%. Markets have already moved to price in Fed action. On the end of a balance sheet drawdown is determined by the markets. So there's not major sources of financial stability worries, and that the job market has now normalized. So again, at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we see those August prelim US S&P PMI numbers. A manufacturing PMI flash forecast 49.5 on the prior 49.6, with a range of 50.3 to 48.5. Services PMI flash forecast 54 on the prior 55, with a range of 55.2 to 53.5. Composite PMI flash forecast 53.2 on the prior 54.3, with a range of 54.2 to 51.4. One minute remaining. I'll lead with the US S&P manufacturing PMI flash. Ten seconds. 48, that's lower than forecast, 49.5. Services PMI flash, 55.2, 55.2, higher than forecast, 54. Composite PMI at 54.1, 54.1, higher than forecast, 53.2.
And seeing some comments here from Fed's Harker, does note it's ready to start the process of cutting rates and wants a gradual methodical
Small reactions in the market.
course of rate cuts, and current monetary policy is in a good place and it is not overly restrictive, and the end of the easing cycle may put funds rate around 3%. Business contacts do favour predictable pace of easing, and the end of balance sheet drawdown is determined by the market. He adds markets have already moved to price in Fed action, and inflation is moving down but will take some time to get to 2%. And on that job market, he does note it has now mostly normalised. So very much in fitting with the general Fed rhetoric here, noting he's ready to start the process of cutting rates. And do note on the back of this, Fed pricing is minimal change, currently 32 basis points priced in for September and 100 by year end.
Since the first half of 2020. The report adds that a renewed fall in the service sector jobs after 2 months of job gains was accompanied by a near stalling of employment growth in the manufacturing sector, which posted the smallest payrolls gain since January. While falling employment in the service sector largely reflected difficulties hiring staff and replacing leavers, the cooling job market in the manufacturing sector was driven by growing concerns about the business outlook.
And in 1 minute's time at quarter to the hour, look out for the S&P Global Flash PMIs for August. Manufacturing, that's expected at 49.6, which would be unchanged from the prior. Services expected at 54, the prior came in at 55. Leaving the composite expected at 53.5 from the prior at 54.3.
So Iraq reaffirms the seriousness in adhering to OPEC Plus production cuts.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls?
10
Then
seconds.
sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Manufacturing 48, manufacturing 48, services 55 spot 2, leaving the composite at 54 spot 1. As manufacturing PMI there falls to 48 beneath the expected and prior 49 spot 6, and also outside the bottom end of the forecast range. Meanwhile, services that comes in at 55 spot 2, above the expected 54 and slightly above the prior 55, leaving the composite at 54 spot 1, above the expected 53 spot 5, albeit slightly lower than the prior 54 spot 3.
Forecast minus 12 spot 6 on the prior minus 13, with a range of minus 12 to minus 14 spot 5. And more from Iraq, who say it takes real tangible
And just going through the release now regarding some of the commentary, it does note the solid growth picture in August does point to robust GDP growth in excess of 2% annualized in Q3, which should help allay near-term recession fears. And it does also note that the key takeaways from the survey are that inflation is continuing to slowly return to normal levels, and that the economy is at risk of slowing amid imbalances. Just making you aware, in wake of the data, did see a knee-jerk lower in treasuries, albeit has now paired all of that move, with dollar also moving to fresh session highs of 101.46, albeit now back towards that 101.40 level.
So noting at the top of the hour, Fed's Harker is due to speak on CNBC. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get US existing home sales forecast 3.94 million on the prior 3.89 million, with a range of 4.04 million to 3.85 million. US existing home sales change forecast 1.29% on the prior minus 5.4%, and Eurozone consumer confidence flash forecast minus 12.6 on the prior minus 13, with a range of minus 12 to minus 14.5. So Fed's Harker says slow and a methodical approach to cuts is a way to go. And Harker says I'm on board with September cut if data is as expected. One minute remaining. I'll lead with US existing home sales. Ten seconds.
And folks, just to acknowledge, we are seeing a bit of upside here in MATA Meta platforms. Not seeing any news, although some traders citing
higher than forecast.
options buyers for next week. Apparently 3,000 for the 550
Existing home
calls.
sales change
early
1.3%, 1.3%
between 460 to
higher than
470
forecast,
were traded according to one.
1.29%. Still waiting for Eurozone consumer confidence flash. So US July national median home price for existing homes at $422,600, which is up 4.2% from July 2023. And Eurozone consumer confidence flash minus 13.4, minus 13.4, lower than forecast, minus 12.6. US Treasury yields moderately extend rise after existing home sales. 10-year yields last up 6.7 basis points at 3.843%. And US Treasury 2-year yields gain after existing home sales last up 7.1 basis points at 3.993%. And we have posted the Eurozone Consumer Confidence August prelim report on the feed for all those interested.
So a little over 1 minute now to the top of the hour. Existing home sales July data expected to tick up to 3.93 million from 3.89. Eurozone consumer confidence flash data for August expected to improve ever so slightly to negative 12.6 from negative 13.
So July home sales broke a 4-month losing streak as supply rises nearly 20% over the last year.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Ten seconds. There's 3.95 million from a revised 3.9. So it takes up to 3.95 from a revised 3.9. Analysts had expected 3.93. And Eurozone economic consumer confidence flash for August, negative 13.4. We had expected that to rise slightly, that fall slightly from the prior negative 13.
Fed's Harker says the job market softening from a higher level and heading back to normal. And Harker says the job market revisions weren't a surprise. Harker says the latest jobs report was a bit lower than expected, but not a lot. Harker says the balance of risks are more normal and the Fed must watch jobs more now. Fed's Harker says my business contacts want methodical course of rate cuts. Harker says we should start the process of rate cuts and keep it moving. Harker says I'm not in the camp of 25 or 50 basis points cut. I need more data. Harker says I continue to worry
Just
about
for the
shelter
Brazilian Real
inflation.
watchers, the BCB's central bank director, Gillian, says higher global uncertainty and abrupt FX moves require monetary policy caution. And just note, Fed's Harker seems to be doing the rounds this morning. He says job market softening from a high level. It's heading back to normal. Job market revisions were not a surprise. Just echoing some of the comments that we've heard from him earlier in the session. Fed's Harker says that the balance of risks is more normal. The Fed must watch jobs more from now. Again, very much in keeping with the general line we've heard from the FOMC. And Harker says business contacts want methodical course of rate cuts. Harker says the course of Fed action is more important than the size of moves. And just a quick market update here. We're just seeing ES futures just go flat now for the session, giving up some of the gains after the cash equity open. Again, while we're not seeing anything explicitly hawkish from Fed officials, just before then, Fed's Harker says we will not comment on market pricing of Fed action. Fed officials do seem to be just towing the line today, and that gives some people a bit more confidence that they're coalescing around a 25 basis point move, and we're not going to get anything like a 50 basis point cut in September. Again, we've also had some data today. Jobless claims were stable.
Taking a look at the fear and greed index, 53 out of 100
so it might just be
equaling neutral, and the crypto
strengthening
fear
the
and
case
greed
for
index,
25 rather
39
than
out of
50.
100 equaling
And again,
fear.
this might be the
And
rationale
looking at
ahead
the
of
VIX,
Powell's comments due
currently up
tomorrow,
2.15%
when many expect he'll
at
reiterate what he said
16.61.
post-July FOMC and the sentiments contained within the FOMC's meeting minutes that were released yesterday evening. For Powell, just a reminder, we do have a primer up on the newsfeed for those who wish to get briefed for his remarks. They are due tomorrow around about this sort of time, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge
Just
of
going
news
back to the
for
Fed's
non-farm
Harker, he says
payrolls?
mortgage creation
Then
business
sign
is
up today
firing
and
up
get
again.
our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
And a bit more from Harker. Just talking about the size of the cut again. I'm not in the camp of 25 or 50. I need more data.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the weekly EIA natural gas change. Forecast a build of 25 BCF on the prior draw of 6 BCF.
Just note for HAL Halliburton, the Department of Energy says there are no indications that reported cyber attack of Halliburton is impacting energy services at this time.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA natural gas change. Forecast a build of 25 BCF on the prior draw of 6 BCF. One minute remaining. Ten seconds. Build 35 BCF, build 35 BCF, higher than forecasted build of 25 BCF. Seeing some downside in US natural gas. A US envoy to the UN tells the Security Council that a Gaza ceasefire hostage deal is now in sight and urges Security Council members to use leverage to press Hamas to accept the bridging proposal. We have posted the US EIA weekly natural gas storage report on the feed for all those interested. At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get Kansas City Fed Composite Index, forecast -9 on the prior -13, and Kansas City Fed Manufacturing, prior -12. At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get Kansas City Fed Composite Index, forecast -9 on the prior -13, and Kansas City Fed Manufacturing, prior -12. Shortly expecting the Kansas City indexes, I'll lead with the manufacturing. So the US to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes on August 28th to settle on September 3rd. The US to sell $44 billion in 7-year notes on August 29th to settle on September 3rd. The US to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills on August 26th to settle on August 29th. And the US to sell $70 billion in 6-month bills on August 26th to settle on August 29th. So Kansas City Fed Composite Index coming out first at -3, higher than forecast, -9. And Kansas City Fed Manufacturing now 6. Seeing a text release from Fed's Collins, who says the economy is in a pretty good place and I'm not seeing red flags. I've seen a significant reduction in inflation, and soon it will be appropriate to begin easing policy. I see recalibrating policy gradually, no preset path. Collins says the labor market is healthy and I want to preserve it, and data gives me more confidence on the path to 2% inflation.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Fed bids for 4-week bills total $260.9 million.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $95 billion in 4-week bills, prior high yield 5.26% and a prior bid cover of 2.9. US stock indexes turn lower, the S&P 500 down 0.3%, the Nasdaq and Dow down 0.4% each. At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $95 billion in 4-week bills, prior high yield 5.26% and a prior bid cover of 2.9. Shortly expecting the results of the 4-week bill auction, I'll lead with the high yield. Five spot 24%, 5.24% bid to cover ratio, 2.67, 2.67. The US sells $95 billion in 4-week bills and awards 60.38% of bids at high. Crude oil futures, that's Brent oil futures and WTI rising more than $1 a barrel.
US stocks extending their fall with the Nasdaq now down by 1%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
me just a few minutes here, guys. We ain't done going down either. Oh, yep. All right, give me just a second here. Turn down for what? Wow, 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 wow. You guys hear me? So if you have access to the markets brief, you should already know. Well, let me show you guys a few things here. Hold on. Give me just a moment here. I'm losing my voice this morning, and I don't want to lose it before Jerome tomorrow. Maybe just a quick second here. I got to turn everything on. That over there. Break time. Be right back. All right, so there's a couple things to know here. I'm assuming that anyone watching this show that is not a supporter, does not know what's happening right now. If you are a supporter or higher, you know what's happening. So we're going to take a quick look here. We're going to look at a few things. There's a couple failures here that they're not exact. I expected a little bit more out of expected a little higher tag here on DIA. Well, let's go turn this off for a minute. But you can see that they did come up. They hit this target here. They barely got that one. So we should bounce on DIA at least and hit those two before we do the big down move to go up here. So there's a little, DIA is a little dirty. IWM, though, hit theirs pretty early, didn't they? We may get more roll right now in IWM, but I would really have liked to have seen that than this here. Or at least maybe just this one. Maybe not that much. Hold on here. But we're doing the idea here is that if you're not a supporter or a professional or a pro trader, every time we hit these things, you can kind of see what we do, right? So like every time we hit one of these, this is a classic example here. I'm assuming most of you think that this is bearish. This is not bearish behavior. If you think this is bearish behavior, it's not. You can see here we failed the tick here. But then we got the tick here. So this box is now gone, right? That box is gone too. And now we're going to, of course, attempt to trade this box right here. Get a new high right here. But I think that we actually come back down here and do it there. Something like that. At any rate, that's IWM. That's SPX, or that's IWM DIA. And then if you get the brief, of course, I'll show you the Qs now. Pivots. This failure I don't really care for right here. Qs should have gotten a little bit higher. Would have liked to have seen Qs tag right about here. So there's a little bit of a trap early for you in Qs. Now, another thing, too, here would be as we head into tomorrow's FOMC, you're kind of roped in now, aren't you? You're kind of tied in, aren't you? They got you by the balls to an extent. What you want to be watching here very closely on Qs and more specifically on, let me me see what we get down here. You want to be watching carefully on Qs and on SPY is if there's any rejection. So we're going to come up here likely, and we'll likely even squeeze up here. What you want to see is if there's any rejection on across of this kind of stuff, rejection. Things could get ugly, but we're not there yet. You already know if you're a trader with us that a slice down does not make a bear market, nor does it make more downside moves. So I know this might look crazy to you, but not to me. As we're coming up here, you're going to see this violence. It's going to be, stuff like this, right? Wham, 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 wham. And then we roll down or whatever. And actually, I think there's a bigger roll down, and I think here, and we go up there and do the same bullshit. But it's not to be unexpected. And here's the last part, which is, let's go to the trigger screen. So this is not unexpected. And the brief last night, I think I wrote in your brief last night, valid above this line, right? And that you would see this kind of movement as we attack these highs, and also before we get to this 567.10, you know what happens. So the reason why you shouldn't not expect this stuff, of course, is because why? We know why, right? It's right here. Excuse me. I'm losing my voice really bad. Like, I almost lost my voice earlier in the week. So I'm trying to just cut the hours down streaming. So let's take a peek right here, right? I got that nice little yellow line. There's SPY, right? This little yellow line, I had this as a target for you. And look where they sold you, right on it. Like, literally right on it. Bam, straight back down on you, right? That's important as a bull. Like, so this slice down that we have, right? We got the whoop right down there. We want to be holding this right here. Why do we want to be holding this right here? Because this is where your daily support is way down here at 554.74. But on a 4-hour basis, let's look at that. So let's take a peek right in here. And this is your 4-hour basis of buyers, isn't it? So we know where the buyers are. They're right down here. And our sellers are trying to break through these buyers, aren't they? So this is a test to find out if the buyers are here. I'm assuming if you're a bull, right, that you're scared right now. I kid you not. I'm assuming that you're scared. I bet you are. I'm not. I'm actually quite bulled up right here. So, but I don't know why you're bared up. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. Why, though? I'm going to tell you why right now. Because this is our last known place right here of buyers and demand.
Shortly expect.
So you're going to expect demand to step in here. Now, if this demand is not here, right, then you know that we're going down, don't you? Do you get what I'm saying? I hope you're listening out there right now. You should be listening right now, because this is the difference between you make money and you don't make money. This is what washes out 70% of you. So right here, and as a matter of fact, they're buying it right now. So, so this right here is, we know this is what was driving price higher, right? Ping, nailed it, right? So we know that down here, these fucking buyers, they're either here or they're not. So if you're going to buy, it's right fucking here. So this is what you're looking for. As a matter of fact, you see the bounce happening right now, right? How did I know that? Because I'm looking at higher frames, looking on a daily basis, a 4-hour basis, a 1-hour basis, 30-minute basis, and a 1-minute basis, right? And you can see on this 4-hour candle, it's being bought, isn't it? Now, do I know if they're actually really here or not? Fuck no. I don't know, but I'm watching to see right now, hey, are they buying or not? Do they get, are they weak? Do they fail to get back up here again and go to the next high or not? Make sense? So this is the time for you to be watching. Next thing you're going to be looking at here is the 1 hour basis. And here's a 1 hour candle here. Here's a 1 hour candle here, right? It's now 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I really want to see these buyers like step the fuck in. And, you know, like we do this on a 1 minute basis every day, don't we?
US 30.
So on a higher frame,
6.46%.
what do I want to see happen? You can already tell. You can actually just tag a line on it, like right here. Right there. I want to see price get above 561.24. Okay, 561.24.
Do you want to say
That's really what I want to see price get to. If I can't see that, then I know that buyers are weak.
today and get our special
Let's look at another time frame.
year's worth
It's a
of
30-minute
service
time frame, right?
of 1 month.
I can then also do this one right here and see if there's any improvements, can't I? I'll tag another one right there. Yellow line, little dotted line right there. And now we're going to go back down to a 1 minute basis. So we're going to slide right over here. And I already know where I need to be, don't I? I need to know that we're not going to get rejected on the 1 minute trigger. I bet you that 5 minute trigger comes right down there. Right? Bam, you're going to find out right there. If it rejects or not. I don't want to see a rejection on the half an hour basis, do I? I want to see the break above. I want to see a new high right up here, right? So I can say, yeah, those buyers are still fucking there. We still have bulls in the markets. We're not going to roll down to the depths of hell. So if you are, I bet you're scared, right? You shouldn't be scared. This is our whole trend right here. You're at where our trend is. I bet you guys are scared to death. They're going to crash a cap. There's no buyers there. They're all gone. So we'll watch this right now for the rest of today. All right, so what else? I think that's it. You guys got the brief last night. It's going to be a bumpy road here as you try to get all-time highs. They're going to throw, like, Rubner's up there. He's just like, boom, throwing rocks down, like, fuck you, we ain't going up there. Miguel got's up there, too. We're not going up there. There's a reason why they don't want you going up there. I'm assuming that people watching the show that don't get the briefs or the special reports don't know. If we break above all-time highs in a significant way, it triggers major trend following to the upside from multiple parties. It triggers CTAs. It triggers dealers. Dealers are like maxed out right now. It's like super maxed out. They have to follow in like this big way. They basically become like a 0-day trader with you. That's the simplest way to say it. And you're slamming the buy button above all-time highs, and they are literally slamming the buy 0-date button with you. They have to chase you and amplify. It's like upside volatility, spot vol, and spot price, and you're just like cranking north. So they're trying to scare you right now. They're trying to like change your sentiment and doom and gloom and all that other bullshit. And they want the market a little bit calmer. And there's also trap buyers up there too. There's like a whole bunch of stuff. There's probably like I own a ton of SPY. I own thousands of shares of SPY. I'm sure there's some guy out there, some retailers just going, as we even approach it, just going, bam them out, bam them out, bam them out. So they got that like real money selling effect as well as we approach all-time highs. There's a bunch of stuff there. There's like, I'm still long, by the way, if you want to know. I didn't sell. I thought about it this morning, but I was like, nah. I think if you know me, you know where I think we're going. 600, 6,000. If you don't know that, we're going there before Christmas, in my view. I think we're going there sooner than later. I actually thought we were going there before the end of September. That's how bulled up I am. Miguel Agat says end of September, early October, or I think he says end of September. He calls that the nightmare scenario, which I don't. I'm like, let's do 600 right now. Fuck September. Fuck the end of September. So this is normal. All this action is normal. There's nothing abnormal about it. We did get the new high though, I think, this morning. So let's take a peek at that too. I wanted to see that this morning, and I want to show you that. So this is yesterday, Wednesday, right? We got the new high this morning. And this was our target, our first target for today. So I'm happy with that. It's not bearish in any way, shape, or form. I know you guys think it is. I'm sure that before I came on the show, I doubt the Discord, but I'm betting that the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat was all fucking bared up or whatever. Wrong side, wrong time, wrong place every time. They never sell at the right place. They don't know where the upside targets are. They don't know where the downside targets are. They're probably loading the fucking boat right now in puts right here. Guaranteed. So you should be closed with puts right here, by the way. If you don't know. At least for the moment, you should be. You want to see some rejections up here in these two little yellow lines if you want to get bared up again. In my view. But I bet I'm a better trader than most of you out there, so. I bet I'm right 9 out of 10 times versus where fuck it is you are. Sorry for the ego trip for a minute, but so we want to pay attention right now, see if the buyers are actually here. So a bunch of key points. You got a new high this morning. They did it in the overnight. I was awake last night watching futures, right? They traded it down. If you were watching ES and NQ last night, they ripped it down to the hourly trigger. And I was looking to see if the sellers could get another, I'll show it to you right now. You want to see it? Give me a second here. Let me show it to you guys right now. Where can I go? Oh, wrong screen. Right there. So right here. I was doing reports last night, special reports and that kind of stuff, right? We were like right about here. Somewhere up in here, I think. And I was like, no, we need more. We're going to hit it down and slam into that. I even posted it on Twitter. So it's like a record of this shit. I didn't do it afterwards. I did it before. I was like, we're going to hit this. We're going to hit this half-hour trigger, and then we're going to reject and nail the hourly trigger, which we did. So I was like, okay, we got our target down here. Let's see if they can reject it here and get some more downside into this morning's reports. They didn't. So I went onto Twitter again last night and said, the bulls got a trap for you. They're going to run this fucker up. And so they did. They ran it the way the fuck if you were on Twitter with me last night and you went, if you like went short last night, you got paid right there. And then I told you there was a bear trap right there that they would run it up on you. And they did. It just never stopped. It just kept going higher and higher and higher and higher. They cranked it, like literally cranked it. Boom, all the way up here, new high. And they teed off on you on the open this morning, right? Send it right back down again. Whoop, 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 whoop. And you're probably thinking here, why does it reject and keep going down? It's because of where we are. It's because of the all-time highs higher. We can see right where they tee off. On NQ particularly, they're right fucking here. See it right here. See it right there. Bam, down. Now, there are some problems here at NQ. Not necessarily SPY, but NQ, there are some problems. GS is claiming that everybody and their sister is selling out of semis. If you got the brief last night, you'd know that. Not as bearish on SPOOs, not as bearish on IWM and DIA, but tech in particular, I was wanting to see if they got a high tick here on the day. They did not. See on the 4 hour, they did not, or at least my data. I think I've got like the best data plan from TradingView. They did not here as well. So I'm a little more bearish here on NQ than I am on SPY. There's another setup here too. There's like a rug pull setup here to go down and trade the daily trigger on NQ and SPY, and that is they're doing the same shit they did the last time they corrected. They wound up unloading stocks that can make NQ move to the downside. They're dumping all the semi ETFs, I think specifically. If you don't know anything that I'm talking about right now, if you're like I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, I think it's $19 for a year membership. I spend like an hour to 3 hours a night writing you a book. So it's pretty fucking cheap, right? If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can always sign up for that the Discord. You can sign up like the Discord or the market brief. Either I think the market brief's even cheaper. I don't know what the market brief. I think that's like $15 or $12 for a year or something, not some kind of nonsense like that. But members know, our community understands all of this stuff and the complexities of all this stuff. So NQ, I don't like that. It's not necessarily bearish, but I would have liked to have seen the high tick here, like 20,001. There's another argument to be made. They're just going to tee right off on 20,000 anyway, so it's not completely bearish. If you look right there, it's like you at least broke above 20,000. So I'm not going to call that bearish. You broke above 20,000. So I'll make it neutral for NQ, but definitely not bearish. It didn't just auto reject underneath 20. So that you call this mechanical selling. You know, you hit round zeros and fives. If you guys have like Bookmap, you can see it. There's just like lines of sell and buy on support and resistance. It's automatically going to happen. But some of these big boys, some of these big players in hedge funds, Nomura, guys like that, hedge funds, they know that there's an automatic sell there. So they're like dumping already prior to getting there. And they know that move's going to be amplified, so they're short on the upside, so then they double amplify it, right? They're unloading in the background in strength of price. They know there's automatic selling, mechanical selling at the zeros and fives, 20,000 in particular. And then they're short, so they're like amplifying the whole fucking thing in the roll down. So not too bad. This isn't actually too bearish at the moment. So we're going to go back to SPY really quick. This is the target. Be back in a few. So, and you can see it right here. They're buying it right now. They're just buying the fuck out of it. Now, we want to pay attention to this too, right? We want to make sure that the buyers are there. Because if the buyers are not there, if we find out that the buyers are not there, you know where the real target is, right? What did I write in the note last night? I wrote valid above, didn't I? I wrote valid above. This whole move is valid above, and the continuation of the upside is valid above. If we begin to break below that line, that fucking line right there, it ain't valid anymore, and we're going to get bared the fuck up. So we'll watch this and monitor it into, not tomorrow, but the rest of today or whatever. I'm so glad I'm not trading this shit. I'm so glad. I got to be honest with you. I've slept like a baby the entire week. I'm like, I had to I was long from like the bottom, and I started like exiting as we're going higher. Got rid of like NVDA. Got rid of all kinds of like fucking, I had like spreads out there. I've done zero dates here and there. A little bit of zero date, little tastes of zero dates. But generally speaking, no size, no aggression, no like, I'm not losing like thousands or 20s or 10s or fucking $30,000, $50,000, any of that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of happy here that I'm not fucking around with this stuff. I want nothing to do with it. Usually I do, right? I've made so much fucking money in the past like month that I'm like, I'm fine. I'm good. There's too much shit going on too. It's like too much shit. Like there's too much like vol data events, and I'm consuming a bunch of it. Like this morning, I spent the morning reading a bunch of Wolf Richter's shit, and I haven't read like the last 5 or 6 posts. And you can't just read the post. You got to read the post, then you got to go through the entire comment section. And Richter's like the kind of guy who he's probably the guy that I trust the most when it comes to data, more than any interpretation out there. He's pretty much the guy I read other people's interpretation of data, but once I'm done consuming all of that, I then go and compare what I've consumed to what he has to say. So that's what I did this morning, was just read like Wolf Richter all morning long. And it took me fucking 2 hours to get through it all. There's a lot going on right now, isn't there? And there's a lot of digestion, and then there's a lot of what's Jerome gonna say. I think at this moment, if you want to know what I think right now, there's the revision is now tied to sentiment in the marketplace. We did talk about a few things here because I got trolled last night by some dipshit, and I asked him if he wanted me to be nice to him, and he didn't respond. So if he doesn't respond, he didn't respond last night. So I'm going to address him in the show today. So I fucking love trolls because they're garbage. They're nobody, trash, 100 followers, but they think they're smart. They contribute nothing anywhere, and they actually don't know what they're talking about. Actually, dumb as fuck. If I'm dumb, they're dumb as fuck. We're going to talk about him, too, because I didn't address it last night. I wanted to, but I didn't have the time. I asked him, I was like, if you want, I can do it. I can respond nicely to you or something like that, or you're trolling me. I don't know what you're doing. But it ties my explanation to you right now about the revision and all this stuff. Ties into kind of what he was talking, or what he was trying to, he said to me, well, fuck, he's like, there's no trade in IWM or small caps. It's all priced in, dipshit. And I'm like, no, it isn't. And you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to explain more. You guys already know most of this, but the revision is now kind of tied into, the revision was kind of set up to tie, so the revision was known in March. That there would be a revision. There's a few things to tell you. There's always revisions. They are politically motivated, but they're politically motivated by every party. It doesn't matter who it is. I don't give a fuck who it is. You guys are all out there yesterday, like sucking each other off about it being like Obama, or not Obama. Biden is the only one doing that shit, right? Bullshit. Trump does. They all fucking do it, dude. Bush, Trump, doesn't matter. So you can get fucked on that shit. It's number 2, though, is the numbers were already known in March. And further from that, I was on Reddit like last week. And inside my Detroit subreddit, every month we get our unemployment statistics. And I comment on most months on them. I'm like, hey, you're in a Goldilocks right now in Detroit. Everything is great. You guys should enjoy it. Blah, 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 blah. And Detroit, Wayne County's unemployment figures right now are pretty fucking bad. They're not reflected in our, and it's not just Wayne County, it's many places in the U.S. You might have an anecdotal as evidence that where you live, it isn't. You might not even check your own county where you live. But unemployment is raging right now. Now, there's some other factors here, though. I don't know how they deal with that, with this aspect of it. I don't know how the market deals with this. It's like the SAM rule. We need better data. It needs to be reformulated. A lot of our old gauges don't work right now. We have a lot of illegal immigrants in the U.S. right now working that don't count towards our unemployment data, and they need to be counted in our unemployment data. We also have other workers that aren't counted in our unemployment data, which is workers that, of course, are not employed. They're contracted workers. So we have data that's not clean right now. Now I know you'll say, and I'll agree with you in this. They'll probably try to they'll probably come out at some points and say, "Oh, we got to reformulate this shit," and they will reformulate it to their benefit, of course. But you should be watching your local stuff. Is my point here. We're at like 5.9 or 6.9. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's been like cranking for the past months. And I was in this Reddit channel, and I was like, by next summer it should be fucking raging here. And it's okay. Nothing's broken yet that we can see. You're going to see things break, but it's not today. And it's not on. This isn't the timeline. Isn't today. People like to think that like the timeline is right now. Right. Oh, hey, you're short still, right? I bet you're. Y'all, don't worry. I'm sure you'll say you closed in about 15 minutes in the chat. No, dude, I closed right down there in that white line, bro. I just didn't say anything. There's your yellow line right there. So there's that 5-minute trigger hitting it. Ting. Pin strike. If you were long from that white line to that yellow line, congratulations. You just made some more fucking money. Sorry. I'm scared, Cap. I'm scared. I'm bullish, Cap. Bullish. Yeah. I actually closed down there, though, bro. So the revision is now tied sentiment to Jerome not coming out and saying we're data dependent, which is what I wanted to hear. I only wanted to hear we're data dependent. If the data gets worse, there could possibly be a cut in September. That's kind of what I wanted to hear. But it ain't like that anymore. Sentiment is he better fucking say something about cutting rates in September. And here's where the crux is. If you look at all the data, and I don't mean not just unemployment, but like all the data as a whole, they can tighten some more. They really can. And Jimmy yesterday mentioned on the stream to do that he can possibly dangle the carrot. And I'm going towards Jimmy's point. And I want to also include Vol Wiz, Scott. And maybe season it with a little bit of volatility whiz on there. If you don't know about how Jerome does the carrot, he will actually not only so if we're tied to sentiment, he hates disrupting markets. I don't doubt for a minute that he won't. I think he will come out tomorrow and say we're data dependent, but expect or we're probably going to cut in September, and they fucking won't. Like seriously. He doesn't like to come out and be hawk, and that comes from Scott, and I trust that. And Scott's been right on that more times than wrong, like 9 out of 10 times right. So I think he does I think he teases you that you're going to get a rate cut, but I don't think you're getting a rate cut. And I think they might try to pull some bullshit with all this unemployment and employment nonsense. And he might come out and tell you something like that. Like, yeah, that, yeah, we got the velocity and unemployment right now, but you know what? I'm the king of this. And I'm telling you that those numbers aren't as accurate as they could be. So I think that you might get some of that. And that is the carrot. They did the carrot in March, too. December, March, February, March. They dangled that fucking carrot over the market like crazy, didn't they? And we could tighten more. And I don't want to cut either. I'll be honest with you. The moment we cut, the gig is up, in my view. As far as I know right now, you're going to get a report from me this weekend on this. On if we get the cut, what to expect. And I don't think it's good for a bull. I don't think it's good. I think, it's good. It's good in the light that you're going to get a gorgeous dip to buy, but I think if you get like a series of slow cuts, it's going to be real violence, like big moves in the market as we go higher. Bubble time, baby. Bubble time. But we'll get there. This report should be good. You guys wait to see this report. It should be really fucking cool. We got the high tick on the yellow line. That's good to see. I like it. See the tick right there? That's good. That's positive. That's bullish. You want to see it closer? It's right there. Got the tick. So let's go see if we back test and go higher now. Fuck you, Bear. Sorry. Well, you got your rain this morning, Bears. Let's see if we can go higher now. So the thing that I'm going to say to you is this, or like topically, is that they likely don't cut rates. They're likely going to give the carrot, and I know the carrot trade with Jerome. So Jimmy, if you're out there, I know that trade. I know all about Jerome dangling the carrot out in front of the fucking horse and leading the market where it needs to go, right? Or their operations where they need to go. But the thing now is that the carrot has to come out, right? That's the problem, is that he can't just say I'm data dependent. He has to say something that's dovish tomorrow. I expect he'll do that. I want to be on record saying that. I do expect that he does that. I don't expect you're going to get hawk or not even just the data dependent thing. You think you're going to get data dependent and the carrot. He's going to literally fucking break out the fucking thing, or the spin the bait caster with the carrot on the end of it, dangle it right in front of your fucking face, and everybody's going to go, woo! But I don't think you're getting the rate cut. I don't think you are. Okay, what else? The troll from last night that said it's already priced in said, there is no trade in small caps. That is incorrect. And I wanted to relate it to him last night because he was saying it's already priced in. I wanted to relate to him something close or similar. And it's like rate cuts. Rate cuts involve many rate increases and rate cuts. There's many different trades associated. Oh, what's that? So you're still short, right? I bet. Okay. So rate cuts have many different trades around them. When we threaten rate increases to when we actually start cutting rates, or excuse me, we threaten rate increases, then we actually increase rates, and there's a leveling off trade, right? And then we get into this point where there's a pause, and then there's like a rate cut trade. And we already priced in rate cuts. Well, if you remember, they ramped IWM, right? In a rate cut trade back in, I believe, October, November sometime. And then they paused the market for the actual rate cuts, and IWM, once we found out we weren't getting rate cuts, they axed it, right? Those are independent trades of each other. They're independent. And sentiment has a lot to do with this. And I wanted to say this to this guy last night was that don't ever fuck with sentiment. Sentiment is the basis for trades. Whether it's real, fake, whether we get a rate cut or not, doesn't matter. You can see it in the Fed funds rate. And as a matter of fact, Wolf Richter had a chart up. Let me see if I can show it to you right now. Hang tight. I'm going to show you this cool chart right now. Hang tight here. I think this is is this the econ right? Is it in the e-commerce trade, maybe? Did he put this in here, or did he put it in the other one? Please, I should have just downloaded this. I should put this inside of a brief, too. Come on, baby. Show it to me. I'm going to show you guys this chart really quick. Nope. Wrong one. Wrong one. Maybe it's in non-farms. Non-farms post. Right, this is a good one. Wait a minute. Where's that post right there? No. Sorry, guys. Hang tight 1 second. So these are actual rate cuts, right? Rate increases, rate cuts, rate increases. And along the way, this is the Fed futures, this is like the futures gambling. We're going to raise rates, we're going to raise rates, we're going to raise rates. And these are trades. These are trades in the Fed fund rate. Gamblers gambling on raising and cutting rates. And these bets are fake. And they're independent of real rate increases and decreases. And not only that, but when we gamble on these light blue lines, we actually move the markets around those things too, don't we? So there are all kinds of trades going in and around rates, real rates, that have nothing to do with the actual moves in our market from rate hikes, rate pausing, rate decreases, right? So there's like multiple trades going on at the same time. So if you see people in there telling you like there's no small caps trade, fuck Tom Lee, you're wrong. There are multiple trades at all times in these cycles going on, and a lot of it is geared towards what? Not real rates. What is it? Tied to sentiment. So sentiment is a very important part of our market. Oh, you're getting fucking smoked right now, aren't you? Fucking bears. No, I love bears, but. So what I want to talk to you about, though, or what I want to say to that troll last night is they don't know what they're talking about. Be very careful of sentiment. Be extremely careful of trades tied to rate increases, pausing, and cuts that may not fucking be an actual rate increase, pause, or cut. It's very dangerous because you can get run over when you hold those rules or you spout bullshit on FinTwit. It's not real. And if you're a trader or a young investor or young trader, do not listen to that garbage. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're either being dickheads or they're just being mad or angry or whatever or trolling, or they literally are fucking stupider than me. Which you don't want to be stupid. You don't want to be stupider than me. You want to even be more fascinating on that same topic. I was in the Army. I scored like a 99 or something on the ASVAB. I didn't want to be an officer, right? Think about how dumb I am. Then you got like people on the internet that they're like, I was in the Army. I'm smart. I want to make policy. I'm like, ooh, I don't know. I wouldn't want me making policy. Most people that are not officers or didn't go to a good school like Annapolis or something, You don't want them making any fucking policy. And you guys are out there following these fucking guys. They wouldn't follow me. Anyways, we are above the yellow line now. Now, what do you have to do as the next bull? What's the next bull thing you got to do? You got to trade above what? Give me the number. 561.24, don't you? So let's see if we can get up there and really make some bulls angry, because you know what the next stop is above that number right there? Do you know where it is? We already tagged 562, didn't we? We got that yellow box next. You know what that is, right? That's all-time highs, baby. Probably trade 564.71 first, and then we'll blast up and trade 567.09, somewhere in there, 10. I bet this fucking chat and twit. I wasn't here for it. I was reading my Will Victor shit, but I was watching Price, and I was like, I got to get back in there and fucking talk to these guys. Like it. I bet that chat is on fucking fire right now. I bet there's bear shit everywhere. There's like empty fucking Schlitz cans, fucking bottles of bourbon everywhere, fucking needles, crack pipes. Fucking chunks of fur everywhere and shit. Lube everywhere. Fucking bulls fucking lying on the floor getting destroyed. I'm telling you guys, do not like I think you can mute if you're watching the show and you're not in our Discord. If you're watching on like YouTube, I think you just mute users in the chat. So if you like see users in the chat of Twitch or YouTube, they're just fucking going batshit crazy, just like mute them. You'll never have to see another comment from them again. You can just stick around for the voice of reason. The old witch's cauldron. Yeah, this is a good trade, right? This is a banging trade right there. That's fucking bam, bam. Let's see if velocity has improved at all on a 30-minute basis. Let's check it out. Not quite yet. It's bullish right now. It's ticked up positive. I would have liked to have seen SPY velocity go a little more negative on that drop, personally. Let's check. Next thing we're going to look at that move, dude. That's just stupid. That's like a stupid move down and a stupid move up. All the moves have been pretty stupid, right? They've been stupid. Remember something, too. I want to show you guys one other thing. I want to show you one other thing that I'm going to show you, Gamma. Hold on here. Also remember something else, right? Bro, don't worry, bro. It's going down. Nope. Bro, I'm telling you, it's going down, bro. It's going to be a like this. Yeah. Nope. Bro, it's going down. I'm telling you. Nope. So they're trying, though. They're trying. Throwing big old hand grenades at you. They're fucking trying. Meanwhile, the buyers are just down here. They're just like, I gotcha. Don't worry about it. 1, 2, 3. Normally, what does that lead to? You guys know any Elliott waivers know what that leads to? Fucking face ripper normally. I mean a fucking move, measured move to the upside. All right, so giant bear trap. Giant motherfucking bear trap. And they are fucking bared up. I know they are. They're on fire. I haven't even been on FinTwit. Or I haven't been on FinTwit in a little bit either. Not since like 8:30 or 9 this morning. I like 4s and 5s. I like 4s and 5s. Well, I like 4s and 5s too. This is the one. I can't read that chat right now. I'm gonna turn that chat off. I can't read that chat. It's gone. I turned it off. Now I'm not reading the chat from Twitch and YouTube. We're going 4s and 5s, Cap. Then 7s and 11s, baby, all the way down to the depths of hell. Fucking bear counters. We're in a bull market. We got a correction like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. We're going to do it again. We got 10%. Now we want another 10. I can't wait until the 28th, Cap. I want it now. I wanted it on the 15th, and now I want it before the 28th, too. Fucking front-running motherfuckers. God damn. Like, I got respect for you as a bear. I get it. You don't get a lot of wins. I get it. I can understand. If I was a bear, I would I was thinking about that last night. If I was like, man, if I was a fucking bear. Because I was watching it last night, in the late night, or it wasn't late, it was like 11 or something. I'm like, oh, God, give these fucking Bears a win. I'm like, please, they haven't fucking won. I'm like, just give them a fucking bloodbath in the overnight. Like, wake up in the morning, it's just like blood red everywhere. Do a private stream, buy the fucking dip, run the bell. Fucking straight back up again. Instead, they ramped it in the overnight to sell in the open. Okay, so what else? We're gonna take a look at really quickly on what? We're gonna take a look at Wolf Richter here. Not Wolf Richter. We're gonna take a look at SPX Gamma. And one quick second down here. And this all looks fine. We've held support. You want to go down there and look. We've held support just fine right now. We are on support. You can see it right here, local support. Near perfect back test on SPX on the hourly trigger. Note that these are normal pullbacks on the hourly trigger. Also note that we haven't broken down below the hourly trigger. This is considered a minor pullback. A pullback to the daily trigger is still only a pullback. That's not a correction. Corrections are only below the daily trigger. I also expect us to trade a minimum of an attack on all-time highs, which we have not done yet still. We still haven't even touched the all-time high zone. But I do, once we get to all-time highs, I think we fail it. We do trade back down here to the daily trigger. So let me show you that really quick. On SPX, at least. I would like to see us now trade up here and fail right about there, then come down to the daily trigger and then break above it. So we'll monitor this. With the target here on the next target for SPX is 56.67. 56.67. I'd like to see us fail that, come back down, do the daily trigger, and then get above it and go bananas. Now, there is something fun about this that I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys something fun that I've noted for you in your market briefs. I want you to look at something here. Where did they sell in cash market today? Remember, I had that yellow line there for you, and I noted it for you in multiple briefs. I told you if we break above 56.40, 5640, what do we trigger? Trend followers in a monster way. So this probably wasn't just, this probably was dealers too selling on you. More than likely, dealers were doing this too. You probably had a really amplified sell program, and dealers were 100% involved in this. They don't want to see us go up there. This begets a squeeze above 56.50. If we're able to get above this and hold this right here, we will literally squeeze like straight vertical. We'll trade 5,700 like it's nobody's business, and there's a possibility we could trade even higher, 57.50 and even higher. Or no, 57.70, which would be the what? Which is what? So it's the collar, isn't it?
The Fed makes no bids for 10-year tips.
It's the collar. 57.70 is like right up here. See it? Right up there. But I'd still like to see the pull down. I'd like to see the drawdown first. I'd like to see like the failure of all-time highs, draw down to the daily trigger, back check, make sure that the buyers are real there. No data, no events, no Fed chair. None of that crap is none of that's like stopping the demand for calls. Now GS did come out last night and said, or they're reinforcing, like McGilligot and the Fed, or not the Fed. GS is like, we're selling everything and there's no demand by anybody thinking we're going up there. So they're all like don't go up there right now. But I assure you, if price gets up there, there are triggers to chase up there. So they don't want to see us go up there. They can't stop it if we go up there. So they're going to make every attempt they can to not let us go up there. Now, if we do go up there, if price goes up there, there's nothing they can do. The trigger will happen. CTAs will chase. Dealers will chase. And they will have no other choice, including McGilligot, Nomura, and GS. They will have no fucking choice but to chase the trade up there. So we'll monitor 56.40 very closely and see if we can get above it and what the implications are if that happens. If we get above there before we trade the daily trigger, we will squeeze like crazy. We'll squeeze crazy. I don't think we squeeze if we go and back test the daily trigger. I think some of those conditions will alleviate themselves. But right now, this is not enough of a downside move to alleviate those conditions to the hourly trigger. Now let's look at the gamma picture again. Let's check out the gamma. All right, make sure I got the updated gamma here. Make sure nothing's changed in the meantime on gamma. I did update it this morning, but I want to make sure that we have this right at this moment. See if we can see anything else up here. 57.50, that sounds right. We have not triggered any hedging, which is good. We'll have more updated data tomorrow. The data in the daytime sucks. It's very noisy. 0-to-8 data could help, or like put buying. You can check in the Discord and the Pro Tools and check weekly put buying, maybe, or not like one date, but you can go to like Tradie Ticks in our Discord channel or Unusual Whales channel. We have Pro Tools in there, and you can see if they're adding loads of hedging activity, but we shouldn't have triggered major hedging. You might have hedged, but we're talking much bigger traders than you. So we still don't have any like huge gamma as of right now in the moment or at the moment to the downside. So I will update that for you tomorrow if we do get that. But as of right now, I don't have that in front of me. What else? Let's go back here again. We're going to crash the market right here, Captain. We're going to reject the hourly trigger, and we're going to start making new lows. We're going down to the depths of hell. What does the collar mean? It's a bearish seagull trade. There's a bunch of reasons they put these things on. It's like an old school. It works. There's better hedging today for banks. There's better hedging strategies that some people use, but like the old school banks like JPM, they know it works, so they use it. It's basically simplified. The way to simplify it would be they get paid regardless if the market goes higher or lower. And they really don't care if the market goes higher or lower either. The real intent of that trade, in my view, and the other thing too is that people follow it and they take the same trades, so it gets amplified by other traders and banks and smaller parties.
In 10 minutes time now.
There's they put them on like every month too, but the big one's on the quarter, which a lot of people follow and actually amplify the trade by putting their own trades on that like that. But the greater reason for that trade is for attempting to
taking the preview ahead of today's twice-yearly 30-year TIPS auction, which may overcome ebbing investor demand for inflation protection and benefits from recent.
So if you're a bull, you are watching for a new low right here. Right there. If you want to get all bared up, you're watching for the new low as well, right down there.
Events of the year, according to a BMO strategist in a note. The most recent TIPS auction, which is a 10-year new issue, which is on July 18th, fared quite poorly, drawing a yield about 2 basis points higher than the when-issued yield at the bidding deadline.
If you, the greater function of those collar trades is that it stabilizes volatility. The intent is to stabilize the market as well. I try to explain this to people that don't believe me, but there are white papers on this. You don't want true, or the banks don't want true price discovery in the market. You wouldn't either. You wouldn't want real price discovery in the market. It's like Nigeria. You'd see like crashes all the time. You would see all-time highs following it. You would also see like a winner that would have all the money and then nobody else to trade with. If you stabilize the market, right, the easiest way to try to simplify this. If I have a bank, we have the CaptainJimJames Bank of America, and I have clients. Yeah, I've got Bob in the basement. Bob in the basement's turned his life around. He's now responsible. Got a job at the post office. He's not going to go postal or anything because he's not allowed to be. He had to take his Wall Street hat off, right? He wants to go postal, but he's like, "Fuck it, I'm going to give in. I'm going to put my money into a 401k. I'm gonna make some investments with my local JPM or my local JPM Chase Bank." And they sit you down in the local office, and they're like, "Okay, Bob, you make $100,000 a year. We're going to put some money in some retirement funds for you. You want to get aggressive, or what do you want to do? You want to get aggressive? No. You want to get cool it down a little bit? Okay. Medium, moderate? Sure, Bob? Right? So Bob's like, no. Just make it like moderate risk and put my money put my money to work for me, sir." Right? Well, CaptainJimJames Bank of America, I have clients, right? I got Bob in the basement. I got Mary the landscaper. I got all you guys, right? If we had like true price discovery, right? I'd be going to Bob every month and being like, "Well, Bob, here are your return or end of the year, right? Here, hey, Bob. So I made you this year. You invested $1,000. In February, I made you $100,000, but I lost it all in March." Thankfully, there was like $5 left in there, but so we went back up to $200,000. Get what I'm saying? No stable returns. So if I'm CaptainJimJames Bank of America, I want stable returns, don't I? So what I want is a market that I can go to Bob in the basement and say, "Hey, Bob, I made you all this money this year. We had one bad month. The market had like one real gnarly correction, right? unexpected, and I lost a little bit. Still took my fees though, but I promised she'd make 30% returns this year. You made 25, 24, right? But otherwise, pretty consistent returns, right, Bob? And then a year passes, and 3 years pass, and 5 years pass, and 10 years pass, and a year or 20 years pass, and Bob has done quite well. He goes to his son, right? Maybe 20 or 30 years pass, and he goes to his son, and he goes, "Hey, man," he goes, Bobby Jr., Bobby B. You know, I didn't do that great. I got hit in that big crash back there, but JPM helped me get through it in my career.
In 5 minutes time now.
I kid you not. This is real shit.
US is due to sell $8 billion.
So consistent, normalized returns over time is what banks want.
High yield
So they will attempt to rein in the markets from crazy upside moves and crazy downside moves. Nomura just said this, right? Nomura just said, we don't want the fucking market going to fucking 6, 7, 8, 9,000 because we're going to crash afterwards. They want normal returns. They want stable, efficient markets. I don't think that they're efficient. I think they already know where we're going, believe it or not. And there are others that think the same thing, that these markets are pre-planned. You'll hear David AMS say that. In the book that we're reading right now, on the fucking first page, it says that, right? Trader says, I don't fucking believe for a minute that that most of what happens in the market is fake. It's literally pre-planned. Now, it's not always pre-planned. 2008 wasn't pre-planned, right? There are times in the market that are not, like the second leg down likely was not pre-planned. When actual fraud comes in the marketplace, right? Overvaluation, 2000, 2001. That crash was amplified. Why? We had overvaluation in tech stocks, didn't we? That wasn't intended. Apple shouldn't have traded $3. I think Apple at the low traded $3. They got swept up in that. So did Amazon, right? So they paid the price for that, didn't they? But generally speaking, these banks try, and you're not going to believe that, but these banks try to stabilize markets. And they're not the only ones either, are they? The Fed tries to do that too, don't they? The Treasury Department tries to do that as well, right? These guys are constantly trying to make an efficient market, or not an efficient, stable, relatively stable market. And since 1978, with the addition of modern monetary theory, they're also trying to run the market up and to the right, aren't they? You can see a clear demarcation in 1978 where the market just fucking goes, doesn't it? Just cranks, because we didn't have good returns in the 50s and 60s, did we? Right? So we want to like pump the market constantly. That's what they do. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. You can claim that it's fraud. I agree with you, it's fraud. You can claim that it's going to crash to the depths of hell, burning tires, rolling down the street. That might happen. And this time it might be different. But since 1978 has not, has it? Even the crash back in 08, 07, 08, didn't destroy the market, did it? Pay very close attention here, because we will get a leg down if we get a new low. It shouldn't like crash down. You'll see the new low will tag target right. Wait a minute. Hold on here. Come on now. You pay very close attention to right here. You want to be watching this right here. Very important moment. This will tell you if the buyers are still here. This will confirm if buyers are still here or not. If we blast through this, if we get the new low, you'll see us break down here, and then it'll come back up, and that is a confirmation that we have more downside to go. And you'll get short right up here. Very close attention to this. So the caller is hedging their assets, right? That's what not the caller. Bearish seagull.
A couple of minutes
trade
after this.
Yeah, we got vol control going on. Vol control is in full effect right now. 12:59. We also know that at 1 p.m. vol control likes to step in, so we'll see if they do step in or not. We'll find out. I got some data for you right now. Hold on, I'll post this for you in the Discord, and I'll read it off into the stream. Just one quick second here. The VIX climbs above 17% as SPX continues to slide lower. Watching major gamma support closely at 5,600.
When issued,
Absolutely. I'm going to turn this off really quick. Hey, tag one quick second, guys. I'll mute this guy talking. Did I put Bob in the pool? No. The pool thing was charging? Oh, all right. Mommy might have done it. Is he done vacuuming or no? Okay, just check on him later. So you want to pull him out right when he's done vacuuming. Sorry for that. I got a robot vacuum cleaner for my pool, and I asked my daughter to put him. It's gonna get really hot this weekend, so I want to be able to use the pool. So I want it looking pristine for the weekend. It looks like somebody else already took care of it. Someone else is already thinking about it. So I'm going to read some notes to you from this morning. People are monitoring 5,600, which we know is support. I already showed you SPX gamma support. You want to pay very close attention to that 5,600 level. And as you can see right now, this is roughly that level, right? So pay very close attention to 5,600. The next thing that I'm going to read to you, well, I'm going to post this in the Discord first. Send that out. And this is from Nomura strategist Charlie McElligott. I do believe some of the hedge demand is at least a partial function of equity markets, market participants seeing the relentless and violent nature of the snapback rally, yet again feeling unstable in trajectory and mechanical in nature. That's true. It's mechanical in nature. I just said that to you. That's kind of cool. I didn't even read that. I said that to you about 15 minutes ago. It's very mechanical selling on NQ, right? We at the 20,000 level. You know that there's going to be mechanical sellers there, right? Yet again, feeling unstable in trajectory and mechanical in nature. We do estimate that target vol control was a buyer of 11.8 billion of equities yesterday, which was a 96.2% tile one-day allocation change and likely continuing into today as per end of August lack of liquidity market impact. As 1 million trailing realized vol finally begins to recompression under the weight of its own lofty prior highs, just as I've been highlighting was imminent. You mean you're going to sell it, right, Charlie? Fed funds implied probability of a 50 BPS cut in September are collapsing to 27% from 38% yesterday. So I'm going to read this right now to you. This just came out a moment ago as well. And we just talked about the Fed funds, right? Implied probabilities. We just discussed that, right? How there's multiple trades going on. I'm going to post this for you real quick. Save that. Right there. So now the probabilities of a rate cut are going down, right? So we had probability of rate cuts going up, and now we've got probability of rate cuts going down. So this is bad right here. This is not good. They're going to try to tag this 556.18. They'll have a snapback again, and then we're going to get really bared up here. Really bad. Not a good sign for bulls. Doom. See if we can watch that more closely. Not a good tick here for bulls. Don't like seeing this. Implies more downside to come. I'm going to take a trade here shortly. $60. I didn't think I was going to take any size trades, but I think I'm going to take one. One container, one full container. Make sure you pour it near one of the jets. And I want your sister to do it because it's dangerous. And wash your hands afterwards. Okay. I like to put the bottle into the pool so it doesn't splash everywhere. Sorry about that. I hope you guys can't hear what I'm saying. I'm trying to shock the pool. Get ready for the weekend. There's one more target below, isn't there? I think there's another target below here, too. There's one more target down there. 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 You got to hold this, Bears. Fucking Bears. Still no trade for me. You'll if you get a trade from me, you'll get it in the Discord. Fucking weak ass Bears in here. No trade. You'll get it, St. Walnut, inside of the Discord, bro. Wouldn't leave you hanging like that. Friday the 16th. Ping pong, ping pong. Sorry about the wait here. I'm in Discord right now. We have a cross of the half an hour trigger on the hourly trigger in just a moment here. They want to rain fucking hell down right here. $123. They have 7 minutes left for a new low. If you're a bull, be careful here. They're going to try to blood this fucker real fast, so be careful. They're trying to get underneath 556.89. Trying to get underneath that right there. Come on, vol control. Ground control to vol control. Vol control needs to get above right here. It's like Han Solo and his fucking Millennium Falcon. He's like, fucking about to crash and burn. What'd you call it? The Millennium Controlium? I don't know. The fucking Millennium Controlium. We should make like a Millennium Falcon, right? Like vol control in the back of it, like a bumper sticker. Make a AI video of it crashing and then swooping out. So if vol control works, we're fine, and if not, we fucking blow up the Millennium Falcon. Yeah, the Millennium Falcon. That's a good one. Vol, like you got fucking, they're just slamming the fucking vol control button right now. Bam, 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 bam. Stop market from crashing. How much is I haven't even checked to see, did they even get a 1% down today or no? That would be a good indicator too. Dude, it's only a 0.5% down. We can go down a full percent. We're down a 0.5%. We can easily go down to 553. What's that target they have down there? 553.56, 553.56. What is that for the day? I haven't even measured it. Is that the open right there, right? 9:30. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that's so we're down 1% on the open at 9:30. We're down. The official is only hold on here. So give me just one quick second. Apologize. So from coast to coast, we're only down 0.52% in the day. Coast to coast, we're down 1%. But right there. So a measured 1% move. Whoop, a little bit. Right about there. Yeah, so like worst, I guess that's the target. I shouldn't make that the target then. How about the targets right here? I'm getting a little aggressive there in the target. Target's right here. That's a 1% move. That sounds about right. But coast to coast, we're down coast to coast from the official open. We're down a percentage point. From like the daily high to the daily low, we're down 1%. But the official would be right there. That's the target. Yeah, maybe I should. I had a little arrow in there. That arrow looks like dog shit, doesn't it? We'll get the second leg down. We'll get the 1% at 3:30, Captain. It's going to take longer. We got to get our shit together. We got to get all the bears on board at the same time. We need 2 half-hour periods, not just 1 half-hour period. Should I redraw? I think that drawing looks like dog shit, doesn't it? We'll just do a 1 line down there. We'll make it big for the bears. Get rid of that. We'll just keep run. Oh, no. Hold on. Dash. Right there. And they like to get they like to get like the 1.01% on the day. God, the puts are so expensive. $1.56 for puts. Fuck. Like 0-day puts to 55 down here. Fucking dude, like the puts are stupid expensive. 5.55 P's are $1.56 right now. Woof. Like they want you to pay to play to get down here, huh? $1.56 for puts to just to trade that right there. If you've got 5.55s for down here, put like a price point to get out of them. There goes the blood right there. You see it? Hammering. 131 right now. They need the new low right here. They got the new low just then. Watch out. We're going to crash down here. Fucking bloodbath. Make sure you take the money as it comes down here. They're going to slam right through this target right here. We're not done. We're going to slam right through this. I think. Let me turn the new squawker back on because they're going to come on and say we're down at 1%. That might be it for right now for the moment. That might actually be it for the moment. I'm going to change that. We are slamming into the 5575. And we get the gamma flip at 5550. Might be done right there. Next target is... I got that right. Well, that is the next target right there. Got that right? I think I have that right. Let's check this, make sure I got this right. That's the next target down there. So this, I got the target. I got this target wrong right here. So that's your first target, and then your next target is right here. $55.3.56. Sorry, I got the wrong targets here. He did break below it. So this is, I believe, 1%. Is that, no, we're not at 1% yet, are we? Yeah, we were at 1% just a moment ago. Right now we're at 0.75%, 73%. I don't know if that was 1% right there. My numbers might be wrong in percentages here. I'm getting mixed percentages. My measurements might be wrong here. They're kind of sloppy and fast. And I missed that low at 556.14. I missed, I don't know what that was there, if that was 1% or not. I don't think it was. I think that's like 80 or 0.8%. Bearish as fuck right now, by the way, if you don't know. All right, so that one's tagged. We hit that one. So the next one would be something like this. Should be something like tested the 5 over there. Maybe something like that. Something larger. Let's target 2, right? From there. just note that there's a cross coming up of the half an hour trigger and the hourly trigger. Sometimes we go back and retest that cross. So just be, we should roll down and hit 553.56. We should hit it like somewhere down in there, but I never like these crosses. Whenever we have a cross, we'll sometimes squeeze up or down, doesn't matter. We'll like blast up and then immediately straight back down. So just be conscious of it if you're a seller. I think we go straight down. Maybe we check the 5-minute trigger. We haven't checked the 5-minute trigger since 1:48. It's not 1:39 right now. I don't think we check it. I think we do it like right here. It's either going to be right fucking here or it's going to be up here. We'll start raining the fuck out of this down here. We'll drop the next key right here. Same setup. You want to get a new low again. So just pay close attention if you get the new low. They'll come back up here and they'll slam it straight down. Don't worry about any of this stuff. You're just looking for the break down here, and then we'll get a failure and a roll. Trying to figure out some fucking math right now. Clean that up so it looks good. We already tagged that one, so you don't need that there anymore. That's all you need to see. SPOO's down 0.65% right now. We can easily go down a full percentage point. $145, 15 minutes left for Bears. They need to get a new low right here if you don't know. So see that low tick right there? See that box I have right here? Let me get rid of that really quick. We don't need that either. No, we need that. We don't need this. No. God damn it. So see that little yellow line right there? That's that little yellow line right there. You need to break that for the next leg down. We got the first tag right here. You're looking for like a just a tick, and then you'll get the roll straight down right there. You'll jump in right here to take puts right here. So watch it real close here. I gotta clean this shit up. My shit looks bad. Mm-mm. 147. 13 minutes left for them to get a new low. Straight down. Still fucking bad. Oh, move that over there. Yeah, I mean, this can be over here, actually. They just need the new low in there. That might look better like that, right? They get the new low, then you get the roll. You leave this to like right here. That's kind of cool. I like how that looks. Watch this really closely here. We're about to drop again. We're not quite there yet, but we're pretty close. So you'll see the low tick, right? Watch that real close there. Bam, they get the low tick, and then they're going to roll it over here in just a minute. So not yet, but they're going to roll this right the fuck down. 553.56, next trade to the downside. Oh, sorry about that. Straight vertical down elevator. Watch this price action. You see how you get like you get the tick, right? This is the original tick. Then they break it right here. What they're doing is they're going to get weak buyers in here, and they're going to roll this fucker straight down. So you're watching this green candle right here. And this candle's going to be tiny. See that wick right there? Showing that there's weak demand there. Means we're going to roll this fucker straight down. Watch that green candle right there for weakness. You want to see like this candle end short, 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 green, then bam, red straight down. You want to make it look really bloody? So it looks sexy? It should write that target 1. They got target 2 down below. Weak buyers here. Down 0.82% right now. I'll try to watch where 1% is because they could fit. There could be a fake out in here. If you're a bear and you're trying to get this whole trade in, be very aware of where 1% is on the daily because if we tag that 1%, we'll like break right through it and then sneak back up and they'll like rob you of that full move down. Just be careful of it. Maybe I can figure it out right now. Hold on. I thought I had it, but
White House Economic Advisor Ramamurti says the Fed has made a mistake by not cutting rates in July.
oh, Jesus Christ. Shut up, White House.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
There's 1% right there. So if they try to like scam you on the downside move, we hit the 1% and bounce immediately. Could be a trap for bears down here. I think that's 1%. Yeah, that's 1% right there. Roughly 1%.
US stocks extend full, S&P 500 down 1%.
Oh, dude, seriously? We're not down 1%. We're down 0.95%.
Ramamurti says
We're not
the
at
Fed
1%
should be
yet.
strongly considering a 50 basis point cut in September.
Maybe I got different like 1% here. I measured 1% higher. But Weeble's got this as 1% right here. So I don't know if we're actually at 1% or not. I've got different percentages. I've got 1% is right here. 0.94% right now. I'm assuming it's different charts or whatever, or different platforms. I guess if that's 1%, there should be a bounce. If that's 1%, there should be a bounce. I don't fucking know. I'm reading 0.93 right now. There ain't no fucking way that's 1 if that's 0.9. If this is 0.93, that ain't 1. Unless I'm missing ticks here. Low tick I've got is 555.24. Yeah, so that's not 1%. I haven't read 1% yet, unless I missed it. I got that as 1%. $157. They got the new low. We've got 3 minutes left for the half an hour, so they got the new low right here. We're going to snap another bar for the next half an hour. This bar up here, bring this one down. Bears still on it right now, just so you know. They're right in. Now they're inside of this box right here. Need to catch another low, right? They're still in charge right now, just so you know. It looks like garbage, too. And they got a whole another half an hour to do it. There could be some consolidation in here. It's 1:58. We could consolidate in here or take it before 1 p.m. or 2 p.m., excuse me. I'd like to see the fucking bloodbath like right now for 2 p.m. This is the 2 p.m. line right here. I'd like to see a red straight down, or at least to the 1%, the actual 1%. Otherwise, we could sit here for half an hour just grinding until 2:30, and then bam, back down again. So there could be some consolidation coming. Let's take a peek higher and see if that cross is going to happen. Almost there. 2:30, it comes in. Looks like the half an hour bar or half an hour trigger is crossing in the next half an hour. 2:30, 3 o'clock, somewhere in there. Maybe we don't get that second target until 3:30 or 4. This looks like garbage right here. How about we just draw this fucker right here? Tag the actual 1% before the half an hour is up. And we'll discuss this one later in the next half an hour. We'll move that target 2 over there. How about just a 1% target? Now they're saying this is 1%. I don't have it at 1%. I've got this as 1% lower. And they did it before the half an hour was out. So 1:59, 1 more minute left to get down there. See if we can catch one more red bar down here. Nope. Next half hour right here. $2:30. They got all kinds of time here. Look at this. All kinds of time. Fucking bearish as fuck right here. Like, that's a shit ton of time to get there. Like, look at that. You can go all this right here. And then dip, and then bam. I'm loading up right now. I'm loading up for tomorrow. I'm buying calls here, if you don't know. I've already bought 200 packs. I'm going to add probably a 500 or something down here. While you guys are getting bared up, I'm getting bulled up. When you guys are all bulled up, I'm getting bared up. I'm like the opposite of you guys. Trying to load up on calls for an upside move, and you guys are fucking like, die, 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 die. I'm down here like fucking, here's $1,000, that $1,000. Not for today, that's for tomorrow for the I'm loading up for the depressor. The depressor tomorrow. Trading's like counterintuitive. I don't know if you know that, but when you guys are screaming pain and doom and gloom, I'm like, fuck it, give it to me. I want to buy it all. Give me all your pain. Isn't there like a movie character, like a Marvel character that's like, isn't there like a Marvel character that's like give me all your pain or something, or your blood? I forget I don't know which Marvel character that is, but that's pretty much me. Like, more doom? Give it to me. I want to just keep loading up on calls here. I'll have like 1,000 fucking calls as we staircase this shit down. That's how I make my money. Sin eater. That's what it is. I'm a sin eater. Down here trying to fucking buy cheap ass shit. I'm at the fucking I'm in the shopping center right now. I'm like, these motherfuckers. I'm like, I wonder what these calls cost I wonder what these calls cost at fucking 9:30 this morning. Fucking $10, $15. Now trading 30 cents. Give them to me. Give them all to me. I looked at some puts earlier. I didn't buy them. I was like, $1.50. I'm like, I don't want to buy. I've bought $1.50 and $3.50 and $5.50 puts before, and they disappear. They go from like $5 to 20 cents in like 5 minutes, and I'm like, fuck. Like 5 minutes, not 2 days. Like 5 fucking minutes. That shit is soul crushing. You buy like fucking 300 of those things. Oof. Fucking bye bye. Just like torch your whole week. Don't even recover from it. There's like no recovery either. You're like down $15,000, $30,000, $50,000. Then you're like, you have to make like $50,000, $60,000. It's fucking atrocious. Fucking been there. If you don't know that I'm public, I'm buying calls. Every one of these layers here, buy calls for tomorrow, buy calls tomorrow, buy calls for tomorrow. Just load the fuck up. Sell vol into the event. Where's VIX at right now? I gotta piss like a motherfucker too. VIX is VIX 9-day is trading up right now to 1783. There can be a bloodbath here. Let me show you guys this really quick. Can be a pretty good bloodbath here. So if you don't know, this is VIX 9-day. This is the buy zone for me right here. So if I'm buying volatility, I'm buying anything in this zone right here. Every time we bang down in here, buy volatility. Now we are cranking higher right now. We're inside of which is good for bulls. But I know that this sounds counterintuitive. You want to see VIX crank? We're in VIXpiration right now. Some of you out there think we're going to crash the market. I already know that story. We traded 65 up here. We're not done. VIX is going to go. Now VIX is going to trade 50 or whatever. But I do want to show you some previous history of VIX. And we do break above the daily trigger on it, right? See it there? Break above the daily trigger on it. So there's likely some more downside to come. You can see it right now. We have this previous high above right here on VIX 9-day. Right there. So the target would be like 21, 29. You can see it right here too. See it right there. High on VIX 9-day right there. Right? High on VIX 9-day right there. I just want to show it to you really quick if I can. You got a high right there, 21, 29. Got another high right there, 21, 29. You want VIX to be lower than that. Of course, if you're a bull, you want VIX to a lower high than that 21. 21's about where it wants to be. And then come back down. So we'll watch this very closely. This is implying right now that we're going to have another downside move. Hopefully, it's only it's like under 21, under 21.29. So we're still bearish here. You want to be paying very close attention to this too, because let me show you what's here. You've got the hourly trigger, half an hour trigger. See both of these triggers. This is a bearish or bullish vol, bearish market. They start squeezing up here. We tag right about here, right about this 19. And they blast us up, roll us down. And of course, you'll see the market bloodbath down into the close today. Trade that 553.56. Now, if the daily trigger rejects, we'll take a peek at that right now. If the daily trigger rejects, like the daily trigger is pretty bullish here, right? Or daily velocity is pretty bullish here on velocity. So I'm going to give it to the bears right now. They did break. You're not going to break straight above it either. You need this hourly to help you get above it. But I'm going to give it to the bears that they probably have another downside move coming later on in the day at some point or right now. I don't know. But you likely the point being is that you likely have another downside move coming. If this even if that rejects, then breaks above, then gets up there, you should still get your bloodbath or something at some point today. Very possible for you to get it today. So we'll monitor this as time moves forward. You've got some time on your hands, though. If you're a bear, you bought yourself. Well, one bad thing here is that you did not get the new low right there, so you're probably done for the moment. You failed to get the new low, but you have lots of time. Like, you fucking got like a half an hour right here. We can literally like ping pong around. We can squeeze higher. You've bought time for yourself to get the rest of that move. They're saying you hit 1% right here. I think it's down here. Maybe I'm wrong. My math can be wrong. I tried measuring it earlier, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't match. I think TradingView, this is 1%. This is 1% in TradingView. I think it is. Because I measured it on TradingView, and it didn't match the first time. Then I did it a second time, and the guy said that's 1% in the squawker. So maybe Webull is not fucking accurate. I wouldn't be trusting Webull's. I'd like to compare the two now and find out percentages. So anyways, they're claiming that's 1% right there. Bam. We don't need that anymore. We basically have hit it. We'll monitor this for the rest of the day into 3:34 p.m. If you're a bull, I'm going to warn you, I'm telling you, they're going to try to nail that target 2 by 4 p.m. into the bell, like doom and gloom for tomorrow, that kind of stuff. So be very conscious of that downside move. Another note here, too, if you are a bear, we've got a cross coming up on the half an hour trigger. If you flip this chart upside down, right, we're bullish here. It never shocks me to watch like price collapse and then go higher. In the inverse, lower. So they'll like wash you out as a bear possibly and then slam us down. So this is still active. Normally it's when the cross actually happens. So beware of that. See that? We can still move all the way up there and all the way down and nail that target too. So just be conscious of that as well if you're a bear. We can actually squeeze quite high. This is now going to be yellow. And then your red is going to be right here. Right where that cross is. Just so you can see it there. If you want to know where the sellers actually are, they're right there. I hope you get it right now, to be honest. If you're a seller, I hope you get it right fucking now. Because we'll be sitting here till fucking 4 p.m. to get it done, and then it'll suck. It'll suck sitting here with you. I haven't added any more calls. I've got 200 right now, but I want to add another few hundred if I can throughout the day. I'd like to own like 500 to 1,000 calls for all-time high trade tomorrow. So if I can catch them on a discount, that's my plan. I haven't had a chance to buy any calls all week long. I've done some 0 to 8 bullshit, like 100 for the closes and stuff like that, but I'm looking for a long position. I've been looking for it since Monday.
Kazakh says we'd still be restrictive after.
Do you want to stay up?
And I have not been able to fucking get it. So this doom and gloom, I love it. I love seeing this, what I want to see. I want to see people get flushed out for the trade tomorrow.
92%.
Very happy for this. I love downside moves. I don't know if you know that. If you're watching the show, I fucking love doom. More doom, the better. More downside I can get, the better. Washes out a bunch of idiots and FOMO chaser. I can't stand FOMO chasers. I can't stand tops. Can't stand climbing up to like all-time highs. Just like sitting here waiting to load up. So if you give me this target 2 down here, I'll be very happy. Otherwise, I'm long already for tomorrow. We'll monitor this until 4 p.m. I don't know what else to say to you guys there. That's about it.
Kazakh says we're still on the path to 2% target next year.
Yeah, so the squawker said 1%, but I measured it against, I measured it on TradingView against Weeble's numbers, and they were not the same. So then I deleted it, and then I went back and did it a second time, and then the squawker said, we just hit 1%. I'm like, I think TradingView's got it right, but Weeble is wrong. I want to check them both. And also, if we did hit 1%, we always get a rip higher. Always. You never get like 2% in one straight move down. You usually, if we hit we either hit 1%, then we have a pullback, and then we'll go down for more. It's a pretty fairly good day for bears here, 1%. So just be careful of that
Kazakh
fucking
says
squeeze up there.
possible, even if inflation
Be super
goes
careful of that
sideways.
goddamn squeeze. They will fucking take all your money here. Even if you're right, the leg down, like you'll see your fucking puts go from like $5 to like 60 cents. So just be careful. You really, if you want the next leg, you're looking for the new low. If you want the next leg down, you're looking for price lower than 555.26, and then you hammer the put button again or the short button.
The weakness of
and
Europe's
short
economy.
the fuck out of it. If you're really bearish, your next short is up here. 559.50. 559.85. Excuse me.
Kazakh says a lack of structural
I'm
improvement.
going to leave that up right here. I'm going to take a quick piss. I've been drinking water and coffee all morning. Coffee's like a diuretic. Also note each half an hour, like 2, 2:30, 3:30, 4 p.m. And you'll find out if we're bulled up or not by each half an hour bar, adding up to an hour bar. Someone measure price on TradingView and Webull. Tell me if they're not fucking different. I swear to fucking God, they're different. They're off by a few points, which means a lot to me, or not points, but like tenths. Tenths, yeah, tenths. They're are hundredths. Trying to fucking catch the exact tick. Like, I want it fucking exact. So I can fucking. It's just, it could be me just being anal. I get very anal. You guys don't see me anal on the show, but in private, I can get very, very anal on numbers and stuff. I try not to show that publicly. I'll be back. Give me like 15 minutes, half an hour. Let this take a breather and consolidate for a minute. You guys have all the numbers. Good luck out there if you're a bear. Congratulations if you're a bear as well. But it said that on Monday, I think, that I was hoping you guys would get a good down day. They fucking robbed you every day this week. It's Thursday. Monday, you got robbed. Tuesday, you get robbed. Wednesday, you got robbed last fucking night at 11 o'clock at night. So congratulations. You got a win today. Don't fucking lose it all. It's like, don't give it all back. Pay your rent. Fucking pay your rent. I don't know. Take your girlfriend out for a date or something. And remember too, one last thing here. If you're a seller, if you're sell side only and you don't make a lot, I'm not talking about sellers that make a lot of money or people that buy curious as a trader. But if you're just like a bear and you get cut up a lot and you just made some money, always, I would say to you, don't be like FOMO bulls buying tops. Just like wait for your pullback and then get bared up again. If you're bearish right now, if you're like, no, Cap, we're wrong. We're in the bear count. We're at a flat top here. We're going to go down to the depths of hell. Just take the easy ones. Take the easy, like, tee-off sells. Don't be a fucking FOMO bull in the form of a bear, if that makes any sense. Just, like, wait for your trade. I tell this to FOMO bulls all the time, like, just be patient. Wait for a major dip. Don't be buying fucking FOMO with these fucking bulls. Whenever there's doom and gloom, dudes, I make serious money. Like stupid money. So you're looking for the same thing, right? And this is stretching right now, in my view. We're just stretching price. So, anyways, just take that for what it's worth. I know this time is different, too. Every time is different. Like, literally every fucking time is different. All of you have, like, memories that are like the last trade. Like, hindsight trading. Forget the entire history. I'm all bared up. I missed the first leg down. Then I took the second leg, made fucking 50 grand. And then I went for the third leg and I held it to the exact bottom tick and they trapped me and sent me higher. Just like, fuck. You guys see me buy bottoms, right? And I don't run it all the way up, right? You see me exit before we get there, don't you? You guys watch me not capitalize on max gains. That's why. Because if they roll me down too fast, I'll lose my money. I want to keep my fucking money. All right, so I got some risks to the upside. Onto the upside, I'm happy. Give me 15, 20 minutes. If they start going crazy to the downside, I'll get back on, but I got to take a piss. And I got kids trying to clean my pool right now. I got like a 16, 17-year-old and an 11-year-old. And I just want to make sure they're not doing anything too dangerous. They're shocking my pool for me right now. And shock is kind of a dangerous thing. Like bleach your clothes and burn your skin and stuff. Yeah, if you're a bear that loses money, take the money and run. Just wait for another pullback up to the half. I want to talk to you about something else here too. You guys watch me, right? Let's look at something really quick. You guys watch me on this show as a bull all the time. What do I do? What do I tell bulls all the time? Like, take your money and get out of here. Wait for the pullback to the hourly, right? Take your money and run. Wait for the pullback to the hourly. Take your money and run. Wait for the pullback to the hourly. It's the same thing, just upside down. Same fucking thing. If you're on the inverse, if you're buying the dip on the inverse, if you're buying the rip or selling the rip, I guess on the inverse, if you're selling the rip, you're already making money here. You don't need the last little leg down. You don't. You already made your money. You get out. You let the FOMO bears take it. And if it ever reverses on a FOMO bear, they get fucked. They get fucked there. They get fucked there. So you're waiting like Johnny on the spot as a bear. Like right now, you're waiting up here. You're now waiting. Johnny on the spot. And so let me show you that in a better way. Let's say they got that last little bit, right? That guy here is making some bank, but you know, you bought the check back all the way up here. This is where the real money is, right here. Safe money too. So let's say they didn't get this and it rolls back up here. You're still Johnny on the spot, waiting for the next blast down with your next target 2 down there. You make some serious cash going that way. And you have some room for a pullback or a rip. Sorry, I'm trying to say this in reverse. Where you're not going to get absolutely destroyed. You can keep your money, that kind of stuff. It's the exact same thing that I tell these fucking bulls. So don't think like I changed the plan for bears. It's the exact same thing in the inverse. It's no difference. I should flip the screen upside down when we're bearish. I should like totally flip the screen upside down and we should trade it like that, but with puts. Then you'd get it. You'd be like, I understand now, Cap. You do this for these fucking bulls day in, day out. You never get to do it for us. I should just flip the chart. I can do that too. I can flip the chart vertical if you want me to one of these days. We can trade it upside down. It'd probably help fucking bulls to get bared up and trade the sell side too. Here comes the dip, Cap. I can buy some more puts. Do you want to see what it looks like right now? I'll show it to you. Here, we'll do it. We'll take a look at it right now. Hold on. Sometimes I show this. Give me a second here, and I'll try to figure it out. Hold on. It's pretty cool to look at upside down. No, hold on. Hold on here. Hold on. Give me a second here. Unlock. What can I do here? Let me flip this upside down. Give you a better reference. Transform. Flip vertical. There we go. So, hold on. Bear with me here, okay? Because I got to now do this upside down. Well, I got to do it right side up and make it look correct. So now you see, right? The move. Do you see the move now? So like you can buy a dip right here, add to your position right here, and DCA 3 times to get that move right there. Do you see it now? You get it? All right, now my brain is really fucked up. My brain is hurting right now. It's like does not compute. Left-handed everything. Does that make sense to you now? And this is what I'm doing upside down. It's not flipped on my screen. My screen's still the right side up. You're seeing it the flipped over, but I'm not. So there you go. I'll leave that there. I'll be right back with you guys.
NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at $2.24 a gallon. NYMEX diesel September futures settle at $2.26 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at $2.05. And NYMEX WTI crude October futures settle at $73.01 a barrel. That's up $1.08 or 1.5%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Brent crude futures settle at $77.22 a barrel. That's up $1.17 or 1.54%.
Yeah, dude. I've actually had that happen with coyotes too. When are you gonna? I'm down to go to the hunts. I'm down to go out there. Did you? Mm-hmm. Is it the Uintas or Wasatch? Where's your permit for? You got a fucking elk permit? Yeah, you have them all. Well, let me know when it is. I can fucking fly out for a weekend or something, hang out or whatever. A couple days, day or two, maybe. I gotta do some like Labor Day shit with the kids and the wife. We're gonna go. We haven't like been out as a family on a long through hike, so yeah, we're gonna do that for like Labor Day weekend. But I'm down to go hunt. I'm down to go up in the fucking mountains. All right. Well, give me a fuck. I'll give you a shout. I got one more day left. I'll give you a shout like Friday or something. Urban Life Building on me? Yeah, fucking right it is. Fucking. I feel like the fucking loudest people are fucking dope non-voters. I feel like the loudest voices are. Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. Hold on. Me and Chill, my microphone is on. Thanks for saying something. I didn't know my mic was hot. I'm like over here chomping on food. Old man break time. Put that away. Went to the bathroom. Ate a quick bag of chips. Starving. Talking to my buddy. I was on the phone with my friend. He lives in the Uintas. And there's a hunt coming up, and he's got a permit for elk. And I'd like to go out there and hunt with him. It's a gun hunt, though. I'm not really a fan of gun hunting. I like bow hunting. And Utah is like a fun place to hunt. If you're, I don't know if you're a hunter or ever been a hunter. Utah, you're not allowed to do anything. Like Utah is like you can't do anything. I don't even think you can do trail cameras there. Right? Don't hold me to that, but I remember when I was hunting out there, like you couldn't do shit. You couldn't bait. Can't do any of that stuff. It's like real deal hunting. But it's a blast because they've got big game out there. They got everything. They got mountain lions, packs of coyotes. They've got elk. They got fucking big bears. The only thing I've ever been afraid of in Utah is mountain lions. I'd say if anything scared me out there, it's mountain lions. I thought I was gonna die one. I thought I was gonna get eaten by a mountain lion once. We killed a giant fucking. We killed a giant elk once. Took an elk one time. Shot an elk near dusk. Not dusk, but near it. Close enough. We were like really far away from this dirt road and shit. We weren't expecting to bag an elk. And I got no gun on me. No handgun, no nothing. Filling meat bags with like my buddy. You're watching this low, by the way. Get rid of that now. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything anymore. The only thing that matters to you as a bear is this low right here. And I'm like out in the middle of the fucking mountains with no cell phone reception. And I tried to stand up, and my buddy doesn't care about the rack or the pelt. He cares about the meat. If he can save the pelt in the rack, we will, or he will, or I will. But this guy that I hunted with hunted for the meat. Guy was legit. Doesn't eat meat. This is the guy that doesn't eat meat from the grocery store. And I'm out there, right? And I got like call my wife. I'm like, I need you up on the like climb off the mountain, call my wife. I'm like, I need you up on the mountain, bring backpacks, meat bags, blah, blah, blah. And it's like so fast and it's getting late. I'm not thinking. I'm just excited, you know, it's like a couple thousand, like not a couple thousand, but 1,000 pounds of fucking meat. And a bunch of dudes with us at that point, and I'm like, I got my meat bag is so fucking heavy. It's like a cotton white bag that looks like a backpack, and you get a lot of blood on it. It leaks out and stuff. And of course, it's like towards hibernating season. So animals are trying to like fatten up for the end of the season and shit like that. And sorry, we got like Dorito dry mouth. Hold on. And so one more thing here. If we begin to turn up in a meaningful way, I want to show you that trade as well. So as we come into this close right here, there's a few things I want you to be aware of. If we begin to turn higher, here. If we can get above the hourly trigger, do a nice little back test, we'll go to the upside, and I will add more calls. Probably add, I don't know, 500 more, something like that for the trade tomorrow. I'll talk to you guys about the trade tomorrow really quick. So I'm out in this fucking middle of fucking nowhere, and I got this meat bag, and I'm like sitting on my ass because I can't put it. I can't like get it on me. So I'm like, I'm gonna sit on the ground and try to put it on me and stand up. I couldn't. So I get my buddies and I'm like, all right, here's the deal. We're gonna do. I'm like, strap the fucking rack on me, on the meat bag, and then pick me up. So we try that. They actually get me off the ground. I stand up and I fell backwards. Like my knees gave out. They're like fell. So now I'm all like bloody. I got like blood all over me. I'm like covered in blood, like covered. Like covered in blood. So I'm like, all right, take the rack off me and I'll just carry the meat bag, but I still need help. And the meat's I probably have 250 pounds of meat. Something stupid. I don't know how big of a backpack you guys have ever carried, but you try putting your own weight, like 200. Like I think at that time I weighed like 185, maybe 180. Like you try to put 180 pounds in your back, it ain't easy, and you ain't walking that far either. So I'm just like, just get me up off the fucking ground. So they get me up off the ground. And we've got probably 3 miles to walk to the nearest vehicle that's like on this dirt road on a mountain. And we're in like a mining trail or a mining ravine. Like in Utah, they have these ravines and with old mining shafts and stuff, mining trails, mining roads. And you like traverse on these old school mining roads from the 1800s, and you go off. And you bushwhack. If you see animal trails and stuff, so you want to be like near an animal, like fresh animal trails, so that you can watch these game trails and find where they bed down at nighttime, that kind of stuff. And then you're trying to catch them when they're fucking walking from place to place, right? That's how you hunt. I don't know if you know that, but so. So I get up and like all this time has passed and now it's like late. It's like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night or some shit. And I'm walking through the woods and I just come to this realization. I'm like that like the fucking forest is dead quiet. We've got the elk upside down bleeding down the hill, right? We left the rack behind. We left the fucking pelt behind. Still a bunch of meat, bones, all kinds of shit. And like I'm just standing there and I'm like, this whole fucking place is really quiet right now. I got blood dripping down me like I'm a wounded fucking animal. And a fucking cougar is probably going to jump out and just like fucking roar. Like try to fucking kill me. And look at this, all the time in the world, how they're just grinding it sideways. Just look at this shit, right? Like as soon as we hit that, it was like, oh, here we fucking go sideways and murder shit. Bam, 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 bam. And they have all the time in the world to drop this shit one more leg. So we'll just move this shit over. So there we go. The good news here for bulls is we're turning up a little bit. So we have price now above the 1 minute trigger. The 5 minute trigger is beginning to flatten. That's bullish. Doesn't mean we can't leg down, sweep the leg down here. We can still sweep down. But we're turning up a little bit here, improving as time passes. So I'm out in the fucking woods and I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm fucking stupid as fuck. So I'm like panicking and I'm like, we got to get out of here. I'm like, I got to get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, I got blood coming down me. Fucking animal's going to jump out and try to fucking murder me in the side of a hill. And all I'm thinking is like, just drop the bag as quickly as possible if anything attacks you out here. Just like be ready to dump the fucking bag, right? So I get out of the fucking woods. And then I grab a gun, come back into the woods for a second round. Because we left behind a bunch of shit. And a bunch still had left. It was only 3 of us, so probably another 400, 600 pounds of meat and shit. and maybe not that much, maybe like 200 or 300 pounds of meat, and then there's like a rack, and then there's a pelt, all that kind of shit, and you got to bleed this fucking thing out too, right? So it's like all this time's passing. So we come back in, and now it's like 2 and 3 in the morning. Maybe not that late, because we brought it to the car, and then we went back with more meat bags. So maybe it was like 11 or 12 or something. At any rate, by the time I got done, or we get back to the kill site, and everything was gone. Like, everything was gone. Dragged away. And then I got like, and I'm still covered in blood, and I'm like, oh, fuck. What the fuck am I doing here? Why did I come back out here in the middle of the night? Stupid. Don't ever take an animal near dusk. Like, if you're like, see that sun, like, you know, a couple fingers above the fucking mountains or something, don't ever take an animal at that time of day. It's so stupid and dangerous. And, God damn. Like, so the funny part was, in the morning, I was covered in blood, right? I'm like covered head to toe in blood. Called my boss up. It was like, now it's like 6, 7 in the morning or some shit like that. Trying to like break this shit down as quickly as possible. Get it in refrigerators and freezers and blah, 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 blah. And I look up and I'm like, oh shit, it's like 7 a.m. I'm like covered in fucking blood. And I'm like, yeah, my boss isn't going to believe me. And there's no fucking way I've been awake all night long, all day long, mountain yesterday. I'm going to call him and tell him I'm not coming to work. Boss is like, I don't fucking believe you. You got to come here. Got to go to work. I'm like, oh, dude, you don't want to see me, bro. He's like, I'll give you the day off if you bring me meat right now and show me how bloody you are. That's what I did. Got in my truck, drove down with a bunch of meat. He's a good guy. My boss was fucking awesome. Drove down, still bloody. Looked like I murdered somebody. This is in like a really liberal place. I'm a liberal, by the way, but I like meat and, you know, like that kind of stuff. So drove down there, gave him a bunch of meat. He's like, I never would have believed you if you didn't come down here and give me that meat and look the way you do right now. He's like, you'd have been in some fucking trouble. I was like, look at me, man. I'm like, I can't plan this shit, you know? Like, you don't know if you're going to do that. Oh yeah. So my friend from out there is I might want to go out there. He's gonna call me after the show. I'll see if I can get I just want to go out. The problem with this is though, if you go out there and we could be out in the woods for 2 fucking days and I'll see nothing. And I can only spot too because I don't have a permit for out there, but I can spot for him, so it'll still be a blast. Spotting's just as good. You need bodies too. You need people there in case you take one. You don't ever want to go elk hunting alone. Well, I guess you can go elk hunting alone if you can get cell service. But it's good to go with like 1, 2, 3 guys. Or women, whatever. Doesn't matter. You want bodies there. And you want a spotter. Yeah, we don't do any, I think it's even illegal to flush out there too. Well, I think it happens. I think I saw a lot of people flushing animals game out, but there's a bunch of rules. Like Utah's got some pretty strict hunting rules. I think Michigan and Ohio, it's like you can bait, do like Texas. I think you can do what the fuck you want. Florida, you can't do that shit out there. Bow hunting's great. Bow hunting you can get right up on a bow hunting is like a bet. I like bow hunting more. Like I was just talking about. I was like, you're going to do the bow or the bow hunt starts early. I was like, you're doing the bow or the gun hunt, and he's doing the gun hunt. I'm not really a fan of the gun hunt, but he's correct. The bow hunt, it's too hot. You're like stuffy. It's really intimate and personal. It's very dangerous too. If you miss, they'll fucking kill you. An elk will kill you. A moose, bull moose elk, fucking, like, bull elk will fucking run you down and murder your ass. Moose, he was looking for a moose permit too. Moose will fucking murder your ass too. shit, most of those things will murder you. I knew another guy who was a guide in Alaska. Wasn't friends with him, but I knew him. And he had a grizzly bear charge one of his clients, and he had to drop the grizzly. He said when he shot the grizzly that the grizzly kept running towards the hunter that was on the guided trip, like another fucking 50 meters, even after he was shot. Like a grizzly, man, you don't fuck with those things. Like, you guys ever see a real grizzly? Like, or like a grizzly that's stuffed in real life? Those fucking things are man-eaters. They're scary as like a great white or a tiger. I guess I'd say they're scary as a tiger shark. Great white would be as scary as a polar bear. Any of you guys getting long into tomorrow or no? Anybody getting along with me or no? Let me see what you guys are saying here. Hunting is Book Cliffs are beautiful. I bike ride in Book Cliffs. I've been to the Book Cliff Mountains maybe 4 times. I fucking love the Book Cliffs. Book Cliffs are on the border of Colorado, right? I go to the Fruta Fat Tire Festival is where I go there. I think that's the Book Cliffs. It's on the border of Utah and Colorado, right? Joe Rogan hunting. Wes is amazing. Extremely physical week, long hunts. Yeah, it's long hunts. They're very long hunts. They take time. They take weeks. Like when I would hunt out in Utah, you'd literally have to track for 2-3 weeks. 2-3 weeks you're tracking. Trying to find out where your game is ranging. Then you got to find the right location. You want to make sure you're not near any fucking bears. And then it's just a big waiting game. It's nice though. It's the one good thing is that it's very meditative when you're out there. You get like when you sit down in a blind or get in a tree stand, whatever it is you're gonna do. I don't even think they allow stands in Utah. We did ground blinds. It's very calming because if you can stay quiet enough, it just like nature just you're not on a hiking trail normally either. Like if you have like established hiking trails and stuff, you're normally breaking trail. So you're not where people normally are when you're hunting like this. And it can be very, very like meditative. Like where like most hikers stay on a established hiking trail. If you hunt out west, typically you don't. Typically you're like way, way far away from people. And it's fucking beautiful. There's just that aspect to it is wonderful. It's very physical. Yes, it is. It's very tiring. If any of you out there are from out west, you know that if you break trail out west, it is no joke. It is no fucking joke. It is like having a 50-pound pack in your back and trying to walk through dry sand. It is very physical, very brutal. Few miles is like walking on a normal trail 10 miles. Hold on one second here. Sorry, I got some lunch brought to me. Been running behind today. I'm like busy this morning, reading, researching all this kind of shit this morning. So I might go out there for a couple days. Where I was just talking about coming out there. So if you ever heard any of that, have you ever heard me talking? That's what the conversation was about. I think it was about that, and it was about he was making fun of me, saying I was becoming urbanized. Yeah, that's the other thing about hunting too, right? You always see game when you don't have a gun or you can't legally shoot one, right? It's like you'll see like I feel like all animals know that the hunt is on, especially the gun hunt. Like whenever the gun hunt turns on, you'll start to see in Park City, you would see all the deer come down into the city. I think the animals know what's up. And you got like a sea of orange out there and everybody's fucking loud as fuck. The bow hunt is really quiet. Nobody's there. It's very, very quiet. Bow hunting is amazing. If you've never had a chance, if you're like, even if you're a liberal or something, if you ever get the chance to bow hunt, it's amazing. It's an amazing experience. Good life skills. Some of you might not like it, but some of you might not eat meat. I understand that. If there was an ethical way to eat meat, it's probably that way. Probably the most ethical way to eat meat. Even just going out there, even if you're like, I'll never be a hunter, if you can find a hunter that you can get friendly with, be like, hey, can I come out and be a spotter for you? Can I flush for you? Any of that stuff. It's really cool and fun. It's just fun being out there. It's very meditative. I don't know which part of Alaska. He would come down to Park City. How I met him was, I'm not going to say her name, but I was friends with sometimes I forget. Can't say people's names and shit. So I was friendly with a newscaster for a Salt Lake City TV station, and we were good friends. And this guide would come down to spend time in Utah, and we went out to dinner one night, and I met him, and he relayed this whole story. Or she was like, he's got a story. So I was like, I want to hear it. And of course, he told the whole story, and it was pretty badass. Well, not badass. Scary as fuck. It was badass to tell, but I'm sure at that time it wasn't fun at all. It was probably like peak stress. Dilated pupils. For every one of us here listening to Cap Trade and tell stories, there's an equal number of significant others and family members wondering, what the hell are you listening to? Yeah, you guys are getting long here. A spread would be nice, too. I just have some 0 dates. Or 1 dates, excuse me. They're for tomorrow. But I'm looking to add as we get into the close here for tomorrow. I think it's sell volatility into the event. I would not be caught dead holding volatility into that event. Fuck no. Jerome is not that guy. Anyone telling you that is out of their fucking skull. This looks like they're like the. To me, this price action looks like, I'm short the event. Vixpiration, short the event. I'm going to take my money and run before the event actually happens. This is the same as buying a bottom for bulls. You buy the bottom. You don't care if you're going to all-time highs or not. You get out before the event. And like the trade to all-time highs, you wrap it up, take most of your risk off the table, and you let the FOMOers do it. I'm sure there's FOMO bears out there that are like, we're going to crash tomorrow due to the speech by Jerome. I think most sellers don't care, or any sellers that make money don't care. They're like, I'm out at the end of today. I don't care what Jerome does tomorrow. I'm going to throw popcorn at people until the event is over, and they could care less if it blasts down or blasts up. That's what I would be doing. I made a post about this on Sunday night, Monday morning. I was like, you got a few sessions to get this market down. And sure enough, they did it today. So I appreciate that. If you're a seller out there, I'm really appreciative. I haven't had much exposure this whole week. I've taken 1 0-day trade. Oh no, 2. No, 2 or 3. I think I've taken 3 so far, but they were small. They were like closing trades and shit like that, like end of the day lottos. So I haven't had much exposure in the market. I do own the SPY right now. I own a bunch of shit stocks, and I'm trying to buy. I posted a bunch of tickers last night. Oh shit, we didn't talk about this. So I posted a bunch of tickers last night on FinTwit, and then I made a post for members. We should look at those tickers right now. Or you guys want to do a private stream for that? I could turn the stream off right now. And we can do it. I could do a private stream. Why don't we do that? How about this? This is what we're going to do. It's 3:22 in the afternoon. 3:22 in the afternoon, we're going to do, for the next 10 minutes, I'm going to give you an expectation for tomorrow, a preliminary expectation. I don't want to leave people that aren't fucking supporters and members and community members. I don't want them to not have an idea of what to expect for tomorrow. So this is what we'll do. We'll do this. I'm going to do a quick preliminary brief for tomorrow, okay? Yesterday's preliminary brief, I had us going down today, right? We went down today. I was looking for some kind of a pullback today. We got more than I expected, but that's fine. Just a better dip to buy. We're going to give a preliminary brief for what to expect tomorrow. And then I'll give you guys, of course, a full brief in the evening so you get all scenarios or whatever for tomorrow. This is what I'm going to say to you, though, right away. I'm going to make this really easy for you right away. Excuse me. Hold on one second here. Let me go to the trigger screen, right? Okay, so I'm gonna end the stream early today. I'm gonna put a new stream up, and I'm gonna put a link in the Discord. So if you want to watch it, it's going to be for all of the tickers that I did not make public, that I put in the special report for where to buy, where to sell, where expectations for that stuff's going to go. It's an alternative IWM small cap trade with spec growth and memes and stuff to trade. So like an alternate to the I want to get long on IWM kind of shit. So we're going to look at all those tickers we're going to look at today. You'll get a link. You'll get the link inside the Discord so you can watch along. I'm going to ask you not to share it with anybody in public. And we'll make it a private stream. We'll chat. Now, for right now, from it's 3:24 right now. We have until 4 p.m. Right? We're gonna go to a 30-minute basis here. It's fairly simple here. We already know where the 3 tags are, right? We knew this last night. We wanted to hit this one, pull back, right? Hit this one, pull back, or pull back, and then hit this one, then hit that one, then the upside one. They raked us down here earlier today. So we got a nice huge dip, right? We have 2 more targets to the upside. Now, I want to show you this here, or maybe label this. So this is actually all-time highs, ATH, right? This is failure all-time highs. My fucking vocal cords are shaking right now. They're like buzzing. Failure all-time highs. An expected move. If break above ATH, okay? I'm gonna get rid of. I don't want to get rid of everything. Hate doing this with you guys because I want to. Get rid of that. Don't care about any of that. Don't care about any of that. Don't care about any of this. No cares. Gonna go right over here. I'm gonna get rid of that right there. And get rid of that right there. And right in here. Draw that bad boy right there. This might be easier for you if you're a what do you call it there? $1,600 right there. Hang one quick second here. This is 4 a.m. or no, Friday, Thursday. Why is futures not in here? Hold on 1 second here. RTH. Why is extended trading hours not in here? Okay, forget that then. I don't know why extended hours aren't in here. Oh, I guess maybe Thursday, 1600 Thursday, Friday, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Okay, good. Nope. We'll make that tick there. We're gonna make this 2. This one 2 right here. Snap that line. Come on. 2. Right down in there. This is 2 p.m. right here. Friday, 2 p.m. 1400, right? 2 p.m. right there. It's kind of wonky. Bear with me here. So, all right there. Perfect. Maybe that's better right there. Maybe that helps. Make that thicker so you can see it. Okay. We'll just make that a big, fat, solid yellow line. We'll make that line red. Right there. Even better. This is close, okay? This is 9:30 in the morning, okay? I think we continue to go down into the close today, so this would be cash market, okay? Is your cash market move down here? It's kind of complicated here. Not complicated, but expectation is that we go down right here, okay, to this bell. That's my expectation. I also think we can possibly have, in this overnight hours, we can possibly have some more blood. You could see like futures traders try to take this down, but I think by 9:30 we're right back here, okay? This is definitely possible. More doom and gloom down here, but this is, when you hear people say fake futures, that's what this would be, fake futures. There's also a chance that we rip up into the close today because you could see bears that don't want exposure, like daytime, like cash market, futures traders that don't want anything to do with tomorrow. So they'll start to close out their shorts. So that's possible as well. Okay? So I just want to show you this right now. All right? Now I'm going to get rid of this right here, okay? Get rid of that. Just get rid of it. It's garbage. Doesn't mean shit. Fake futures. What I'm going to go to, though, is this 2 p.m. over here, okay? Failure all-time highs, expected move if break above. And I'm going to show you exactly what the trade is from here, okay? Now, we are going up from here. I don't give a fuck what you say out there, okay? We're going up here. We're going to squeeze right up into that. We're going to go at least to here. I'm getting a little crazy here. Let me redraw this for you. Worst case scenario to the down. I shouldn't even draw that. Hold on. Let me get rid of all this stuff. Hold on here. This should be a dotted line. This should be a dotted line. Get rid of that. rid of that. Get rid of that then. Might as well just get rid of it. Right there. And this should be legit where we go. That's the expectation, okay? Now, if we get this little down move into the close or there's any after hours stuff, any of that nonsense, I really don't give a fuck about it. I could care less. Tomorrow we're going to come up here to the hourly trigger. Expectations of 559.35. Bounce back down, maybe not that low. Probably up here higher, a little bit higher. Actually, we're going to get over it. Sorry. We're going to go right about there. Go right about there. We're going to go right about there and right about there. And we're going to go right up tomorrow. The implication is that we're going to go right up into this failure of all-time highs. 2 o'clock, 2:30, 4 p.m., I don't know. I don't know if this is over at 4 p.m. at the close on Friday, but we're going to scream all the way up here. I don't know if we get all-time highs or expected breakout, but I want you to know something. There can be an extension up here. We can, just like we extended to the downside, we can extend up here. Right? And, but I want to be very clear about something here, okay? Let me be very clear about something, because we've talked about this already many times. We should fail all-time highs. Listen to me closely here. We should fail all-time highs, right? And then into next week, we should have a like a downside move here, 1, right? 2, and then 3, and trade this kind of nonsense. We might even get lower. We might even get down all the way down to the 2 targets for next week would be right here. That's what I would think we would go. So it will like break through the daily trigger for just a moment. Now I'm going to show you that trade, okay? Previous example of that trade. Something just like this, okay? Squeeze up here and then roll down. 1, well, I guess that's 1, 2, and 3 down to the daily trigger. See how we break through it briefly? And then rocket ship back up again. So that would be my hope. So if you want to look at it from this way, we're going to squeeze up, right? Break back down, look for some support right in here somewhere. We might dip down there, might extend. But then we're going to go back and we're going to trade all-time highs. Okay, I want you to realize that we're trading all-time highs. Hold on. And not only are we trading all-time highs, I want you to also know that I'm counting this like this. Like 1, right? 2. And then we're going up there, right? I mean up there, like 27 something. Back down, and then we're going to hit 600. If we have time. If we need time. The seasonality is might fuck with us or trap us. I also want you to be aware that there is a bull trap seasonally. Typically, the end of August. I think it's around the 28th. But it could extend into the 2nd or 3rd if we are trying to trade. I've already given you guys the bear case for September and October. Hedge appropriately. You already know my plan for hedging for September, October. But then you might want to be also upside hedging for the trade to 600. Taking place as well. So just be aware of it. So for me right now, I am trading a failure of all-time highs into tomorrow and Jerome Powell. I'm also going to be trading this Jerome Powell failure of all-time highs. Jerome Powell should be dovish to you. Do I think it's real? No. I think he's going to put the fucking carrot, like Jimmy says, and carry you along as long as he possibly can. Do I think you're going to get a rate cut? Maybe. I don't think so. I hope not. They can keep rates higher for longer. They really can. And fuck it. Why not keep rates higher and longer until you break something? I want some shit to break. Like, literally nothing is broken right now. Nothing. And even if something's broken, I don't see for sale signs outside everywhere. I don't see my friends saying they're in pain. Like, they're in pain, like, oh, this is expensive and that is expensive. Talking about, like, losing their houses and cars, wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever that may be. People are out and about spending money. They're not spending it in the best way, but they're out spending money. I'm older. I've seen this pain. When our economy is in pain, you see it. It is clear as day. Especially if you're not a market participant, you are hyper aware of it, and I don't fucking see it. So that bothers me. I really want to see people get flushed out of this economy. Like, honest to God, I don't like seeing young people out there having as hard of a go as it as they do. I don't want to see like rents go to $10,000 or $15,000. I don't want to be Japan or become Japan, where an apartment costs $35,000. Anyways, that's my little rant about that. I hope they fucking tighten right into like July, or at least keep the pause, and then maybe we get past the election and they start fucking tightening hard. But anyways, my trade is there going up. You might be saying, Cap, that's not going to happen. If you're a bear out there and you're looking for that counter trade, right? I would say two things to you. I would say if futures are weak, right? That's probably not the trade you're looking for the doom and gloom. If futures are weak, I would take the money down here, and I would still wait for the roll down in futures. Up here is where your real big trade is for the bloodbath. So if you're looking for like the bloodbath trade into tomorrow, if you think Jerome is going to, they'll probably pin us like right here too. Like 2 p.m. we should be pinned in here somewhere. If you're looking for like that like doom and gloom or Jerome, or I said 2 p.m. Sorry, it's 10 a.m. isn't it? I think it's 10 a.m. I might have this wrong. We might squeeze balls into that. Is it 10 a.m.? I'm saying 2 p.m. How about this? 10 a.m. Right fucking there. Boom. They'll pin us right into there. And there's your attempt on all-time highs. I might have the time wrong here. And look where that hourly trigger is too. It's like right in there. Sorry, I fucked that up. If you're like super like crazy bearish here, you might get like more down move into the close today, but I would assume they're going to wrap that up and it's going to squeeze right up into the open tomorrow. And then whenever that, I don't care if it's at 10 or 2, I don't give a fuck. But this is probably the real trade right here for you as super bear to the downside. You get your 1, 2, and then your 3 doom and gloom. Now, your doom and gloom trade is happening regardless. It happens either here or it happens at a failure of all-time highs. And your doom and gloom trade target is down below here to 540, 542. But I still think we're doing this tomorrow. I'm on that trade. I'm not buying any of this bullshit into the bell. And I'm long here, so I'm going to try to scoop up a bunch of shit into 4 p.m. It's 3:41 right now, so next 20 minutes, I'm going to try to do pick up a bunch of shit for this. I'm going to probably spend like 50 fucking grand or something for this trade into the close. So that's what I got for you for tomorrow. The rest of you that are supporters, higher, you're going to get a more detailed expectation for tomorrow. I want you to be clear with you out there, though. The favored trade is to the upside and not the downside here. Favorite trade is to the upside from here, not to the downside. Next thing. I think that's it. I think that's enough for you guys. So I'm going to end the stream right now. I'm going to turn the stream back on for a private stream. If you want to see what I'm buying into the bell today, I'll tell you what I'm buying into the bell if you're in the Discord or whatever. And I'm already long into the bell right now. I'm going to try to add some more shit as we get into like right at 4 fucking p.m. And we're going to go over the posts from last night and some entries and expectations for upside moves and that stuff, where I want to get into those trades. And that should be a trade for the end of the month, end of the month into the first week of September. And it's all predicated upon Jerome Powell teasing us with a carrot that should trigger those trades to go up. So give me just a few minutes here. I'm going to end this stream, and then I'm going to make a new stream, and it's going to only be on YouTube because it's the only way. I think that's the only way I can do a private stream. So you guys are going to want to switch over to YouTube and get inside the Discord, and I'll start the stream back up. All right, you guys have a great day. Hope you had a wonderful day. Hope you didn't get caught in anything. If you do know or don't know, I told everybody on Sunday, Monday, no exposure here. I closed out my longs on NVDA. I've had zero exposure here. If you wanted to follow me, you should have zero pain right now, like literally zero. You should either be making money, preserving your wealth, or up today. You are right now at this moment, if your account is on fire, I don't know what the fuck to say to you. There's like no reason why it should be. I would recommend that if your account today is on fire or burning, anything like that, to stop trading immediately. You have no business in this market. You can't be up here trying to get up to these all-time highs and not expect a downside move. You just can't. Can't do it. I'm going to show you something just so you can see it, okay? You literally had a straight up violent move. We literally came right here and said to you, this is the bottom. We've literally traded all of this. So like all the way up here. It's like you really need to think about, am I a FOMO trader? It's very, please do an introspective. We have these conversations on bottoms and topping all the time. And every time someone's blowing up an account, should never happen to you. Should not be happening. And if it is happening to you, I would say sit back and just have patience for a pullback. We have people in our Discord. Yesterday, day before, if you search in our Discord, how many people have said, I have to be patient. 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 It's been a ton of traders. We have traders that have disappeared, good traders. I'm taking the week off. I'm not going to take any trades. So you were warned. It could happen at any time. And if you had patience, this looks a hell of a lot better, doesn't it? Than trying to chase this grind up, doesn't it? And think about how bared up you are right now. Think about like how scared you are right now. Think about all the emotions that are running through you right now. It's counterintuitive. Trading is always counterintuitive. Remember that. Always counterintuitive. Everything that you feel like, every time I get bulled up, FOMO'd up, I'm all bullish, I have to turn it off. You guys, Joe Donut knows, I'll get all bared up and I'll call him and say, I'm all fucking bared up. I'm going to unload some bearishness on you. I unload the stress so that I can reshape my head. You'll come back tomorrow. If we're trading all-time highs, if we are trading all-time highs tomorrow, I'm going to get a whole new class of people in here tomorrow going, what? I was long down there, bro. Day before saying I'm not long, right? I closed all my shorts yesterday, right? All that shit, right? Or you'll get more people coming in going, woo! I never sold, right? Let's buy more up there, yar! So, always be thinking the opposite of everyone else. Always. Can't impress that upon you anymore. I would rather lose a trade down here than lose a trade up here every single time. I would rather be buying bottoms than ever taking these top trades. Always looking for a pullback. Always looking for a dip buy. Always looking for a bloodbath. I would take those trades all day long with size every single time. And I will outlast you. I will outlast you. I guarantee it. I will outlast you. And the people that have been around for years with us do the same thing. All of them. They all do the same thing. Patience. Get a pullback. Don't get scared. Even if you lose the trade, You have stops underneath, don't you? We start raining down blood and all that kind of shit. You know where to put your stops. You take the lick, take the cut, and you go, I'm going to try for the next dip. Make sense? If you're a total top buyer, you just fucking burn your account to the ground over time. Every fucking time. All right, that's all I got for you. I'm going to end the stream, and I'll be right back with you in like 2 seconds with a private stream for the Discord. Later. Hope you all had a great day. If you're a bear out there and you made money today, if you had a put spread on this week, congratulations. If you bought vol this week, congratulations.